vastly experienced bowler. She doesn't miss much, Natasha. This is her first bowl of this game. Beautiful line with the first one, just a little bit short of a gallop. And Julie Daly
Yeah,
here.
only a couple of feet there, Alex. So good sighter first up.
Hello and welcome to the Somerset Champion of Champions Triples broadcast here live from the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined today in commentary by Mark Noble, and as you can see we've joined a game that's just begun between Julie Daly, Kay Wallace and Glenys Chell from the Hallsville Bowling Club, taking on Natasha Grimshaw, who's just delivered that bowl, playing with Coral Lukes and Henrietta Scott from the Kiatoa Bowling Club. Mark, what sort of game do you think we can expect here?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Clearly, those that don't know, Hawke's Bay need the actual win here, so they've got 2 wins needing 3. And Natasha Grimshaw does like to attack a little bit, so I think we'll see quite an attacking game from Natasha. And as you know, Hallsville will be looking to spoil their fun and stop them qualifying.
We see Julie Daly on the forehand. It's always a fascinating dynamic in these events, isn't it, Mark, when you have a team that's out for the count, so quite relaxed, no pressure, and then another team who desperately needs the game to qualify. How that dynamic plays out sometimes is very interesting.
Yeah, certainly the team that doesn't need it, they can just be relaxed and play however they like to play. They can take risks. There's nothing to lose for them. Whereas the team that actually needs it are under a lot more pressure trying to get the win.
So this Glenys from Hallsville, the lead on her backhand.
Hitting pretty good in here too, Alex. That's a good start.
Yeah, lovely first bowl. Henrietta on her backhand.
Nice sort of reply too.
Yeah, beginning to bubble up a bit, isn't it, Mark? She was part of the under-26 team representing New Zealand at the Oceania Championships earlier on this year. She's been to a national champion of champion pairs before with Natasha Grimshaw. Still right at the start of her bowling career. Good to see.
Yeah, and just recently she was playing in the Manawatu in the 1-8 hexagonal team for Hawke's Bay, and she played very good from what I saw.
There we have Natasha with her skipping, just saying, look, you're drawing through to my foot, please. Another left-handed player. I think we've had every game's had a lefty. Mark, there's a lot of them around.
Yeah, and as we've said, the lefties, as you'll see with this bowl, they turn back really fast at the end, as this bowl has. Nice bowls. So Kay's on this hand that's a little wider, but we are playing a short end, so this won't duck away far.
Beautiful line. Quite like those. What do you think of those split bowls, Mark, with the sort of 2 colours?
I probably prefer the 2 colours over the 3 and 4 or 6 colours that you can get out there these days. The 2 colours aren't as bad to watch coming down the green. But when you
Yeah.
get 3 or 4 colours, it's a little bit mesmerising.
Yeah, I like the two colours, and obviously my bowls, I got confused and I just bought a bowl with all the colours on it, so it's got about 7 colours, I think, yeah. But I find that sort of blends together when it rolls up the green and isn't too flickery either. Here we have, sorry, Coral on her backhand, square
Got
through that
this.
and
What a
sit. That's
shot.
a lovely bowl.
What a shot. Nice correction from the first one where she was probably a little bit too quick for that. But that was perfect.
Yeah, beautiful bowl, and now those blue stickered bowls of Kiertoa and Hawke's Bay holding 2 on the crossover. Good to see everyone in good spirits. Julie on the back end.
Close to a result here.
Oh, great effort. Even
Yeah,
if she'd
reduced
held
it to
for
1.
held it an inch or two, it would have just about gone clean past.
And the good thing for her now, Alex, she might have 3 or 4 seconds to that one bowl.
It's very important that Natasha makes this one count then, which she has done
And
so.
this
There's
very good.
just about. I thought I'd put a commentator's goose on it for a second, but she made it past the bowl.
No, really good reply. Had beautiful weight. Then Natasha would have been jack level without touching that bowl.
So on the back end again.
Similar shot, I think, Alex.
Giving herself half
Close
a
again.
chance here.
Got it, I think.
Oh, there's a commentator's
very
curse.
unlucky.
I thought she had that absolutely perfect, just literally maybe 2 inches narrow. Great effort. Not going to be successful.
Doesn't look like a lot of danger here for Natasha on the backhand, drawing a third. So these are the bonuses we talk about in the other games we've been commentating on. Pretty important to get these ones in. Natasha's played it pretty good, I think.
That's a lovely bowl.
Brilliant. Brilliantly done.
Right, let's see
Might
what
only
the
be 2.
decision is. Just a reminder that Kiertoa team does need this one to qualify.
We'll endeavour to do some updates on the other results in terms of who needs what to qualify shortly.
Yeah, we'll do that on the next crossover, I think, Mark. So everyone watching, we'll see if we can catch you up on who's done what. If you want to go and find it yourself, it's on the Bowls New Zealand website and our Facebook page, or if you have access directly to Bowls Hub Aotearoa, just hop on there and you can have a nosy and see how everyone's got on. Henrietta on a backhand, that's interesting. Right, so we see this one. Very big. Weird to see black bowls nowadays, isn't it, Mark? Although they are a newer model, obviously. Just the not quite the what was yesterday? Hinsalite.
Sapphires.
Sapphires. Thank you.
This,
Brilliant. Better memory than me. Not quite the Hinsalite sapphires.
Funnily enough, when you buy the black bowls these days, they're a lot cheaper than the coloured ones. So, and there's not many people with black bowls, so it's not a bad manoeuvre.
It's about stand out. Henrietta on the back end again.
Nice line again.
Beautiful track. Yeah, I mean, it's good signs early on in the game, isn't it, Mark? Because she's got her line absolutely perfect. So you know that as the game goes on, it'll probably be, we'll see the heads reverse. So she'll have two bowls on a good line, but maybe one past and one close instead of one short and one close. Always good signs at the start
Yeah,
of a game.
yeah, I think as we said on the other games, it's always tough just starting off these first couple of ends on a new rink. But they've certainly got the line pretty good.
Now we see Coral on the mat on her forehand side. On the wide side at a glance, isn't it? But it might find a way back to the centre line.
Yeah, the good
Yeah,
news,
not too
Alex, is
bad.
it's past. It's past the jack as well.
Yeah, never a wasted bowl. Okay, steering this bowl down, willing it on. It's a fair effort for a first one.
Yeah, better lined here.
Lovely bowl.
That's very good. Yes, 2 shots now.
Okay, looking for her correction, just short of a... Or maybe it's not short because it's on the right track, Mark. Well, look at this. Just not quite making it. Beautiful line. One more roll.
And yeah, might just fall out too, so it might still be a couple.
And here we see the results from the last couple of days or days play. It feels like it's been 2. And you see there that first page, essentially all qualifiers. So North East Valley, Raumati, Queenstown, Thames Coast and Picton have all qualified with 3 wins. Whereas Jill Fraser from Kerikeri, 2 out of 3. So needs to win another one along with Natasha Grimshaw, the Kia Toa Bowling Club. Bridge Park Bowling Club needs another one. Hinuera, the Kia Toa from South Canterbury needs another one. Palmerston North needs another one. And Plymouton needs another one. So lots who can still qualify here at the National Champion of Champion Pairs.
Yeah, Natasha's first bowl just coming down. Beautiful sort of weight again. A little bit through, but not much. Lot going for Julie here if she reaches. And is close here to getting the shot. No doubt about it.
Very close. That's a lovely bowl, isn't it?
Pretty sure she might have made 2 of that.
Yeah, lovely weight out of the hand too to play that with. So Coral just indicating the forehand side.
Yeah, chance to trail jack as well here. Sit either of the shot bowls or just trail jack back a foot for 2.
On a reasonable line. How fast is it going to drop down? I was doing this yesterday as well, Mark. I can't read this green. I'd consistently be wide on that hand if I was playing on it. And Julie now with an opportunity, isn't it, to add a bonus?
Yeah, it's a quiet draw. She doesn't want to overreach and trail jack for only 1.
Yeah, look, making sure she's missing on the wide side there.
Yep, coming back now.
Goodness, that's turning a lot,
Pretty
aren't
close. Yeah, this
what
is
a
close.
bowl. That's 2 bombs there from Julie Daly. And we thought she might have made it 2 with her first bowl. We'll just wait and see if anyone indicates how many that ended up being. Call it 2.5.
Yeah, it looks like they've put 2 up on, so the front bowl obviously wasn't in the count.
Good skipping there.
But it was
from
a good
Julie.
turnover. Yeah, good turnover, and that's what the skip's job is, try and turn the heads over when they're down. And Julie's done that very good there. And she was pretty close to the end before with her 2 bowls as well.
Looks like the leads are favouring that side of the rink in this early stage of the match, Mark.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it matters which hand you pick. Both hands are pretty playable. And we're actually going on some shorter ends in this game, so no 2-2s as yet, but I'm sure we'll see one.
Steering this bowl down. Wanting it to
Looks
turn
pretty
back
good.
in.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Alex. A lovely weight.
I think the Hallsville team's here to ruin a day. Mark, they come here ready to play some bowls and doing it well so far.
Well, I think that's the key thing. When you go to champs, you still want to carry on beating teams because, you did win your area. You can play good, and you just want to show people you can go good. And there's no reason why you can't play good and knock out teams. That's part and parcel of the tournament.
Absolutely. So Kay Wallace now on her backhand.
Yeah, good again here.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, we've had a lot of bowls in the area in the first 3 or 4 ends we've seen here, Alex, which is really good to see. Here's another one heading in the area.
Coral must play
Very
that shot
good.
well. She's played it a couple of times already in this game. That resting bowl. Satisfying to play when you get it right, isn't it, Mark? Because you just sort of...
Well, I think the good news is she's not
perfectly.
trying to play it too quick, I think, Alex. Is like if she misses, she's only going to be a yard through, and I think that's the key. Not to play them too fast. But
Julie steering this bowl.
outside of Henrietta's first bowl, we've got every bowl on play here, which is really good.
Reasonable effort here. Watch it come back into play.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, 2 good bowls.
Yeah, I think on the here we
And
go,
here we have
Alex.
just quickly the other teams that have been in contention but unable to qualify. Tikaroka, Hallsville, who we see here, Machuaka, Jury Hill, Meadowbank, Balclutha, Carrington, Bowls Matua and Waikiwi. So all here to be spoilers in this last round. And Julie Daly on the backhand. She's shown pretty good touch so far, Mark.
And good line again. Played another bomb, I think. Brilliant stuff.
Well played.
Close for shot there. Probably still 1 to Hawke's Bay.
Julie potentially more known to indoor bowlers, Mark. She's had a long history there. She's played for New Zealand and her island team in indoor. So obviously it's a different type of game, but does give you some help when it comes to shot selection.
For sure, if you've played indoor, then clearly you know a bit more than normal, and it does help with shot selection.
So here with her second bowl, Julie Daly. Steering this
Might
one
have just,
down.
might have just dropped a little weight, but it's still coming.
Oh, great effort. Those are such disappointing bowls, Mark, because I feel like they're close most of the way and you're just willing it on.
Natasha trying to add the bonus, but not an easy bonus to add.
Could get a good result up on Henrietta's bowl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rolls, but I don't think it was quite enough. Ooh. Interesting. Probably not super duper advisable most of the time to take your own bowl out, but I think taken in the spirit that it's meant.
Yeah, normally we recommend let the opposition take out the shot bowls.
Yeah, you don't want to offer any sort of conjecture. That's okay.
Yeah, it's just the one.
One there, so the head cleared. It looks like the mat right back on the 2 metre mark.
And I won't be surprised if we see a long end either.
I suppose coming from Hawke's Bay, these 3 players all will have played a little bit at the undercover facility they have there at Bowles Hastings, Mark, which is one of the. It's probably on the slow side, isn't it, for a carpet green?
It's about 15, so it's not too bad. I think it's quite a good speed. You can play all the shots. I think that's what the players want to be able to play all shots. I mean, when it gets up to 18, 19, it starts to get a bit draw drive, whereas the speed carpets make it easy to play shots.
Henrietta's first bowl, that's a good first one. Willing this bowl back down. 3 apiece in this game after 4 ends. That's a good start.
Yeah, there's not much in it. Both teams playing pretty good, putting a lot of bowls in good areas. So both teams will be quite happy with how they're going at the moment.
Look at this
Nice
here. That's a lovely bowl.
Brilliant.
It's essentially your perfect leading, isn't it? It's what you want to do when you're going well, because you just put a bowl past, then draw on a toucher, and that's, essentially it'll be perfect leading in fours or pairs, and it's near perfect leading in triples, although if you can put 2 bowls right on the jack in triples, that's the only game I would suggest that 2 bowls on the jack is almost as good as having one on and one behind. When we start having, that's quite a deep conversation on bowls theory, so we'll abandon that.
Well, I guess the key is just having 2 bowls in play, and Henrietta's chucked 2 bowls in really good areas, clearly one next to the jack and one a yard past.
Coral on her backhand, it's a lovely delivery there.
And for Coral, like touching the jack here is really good, hiding it behind. Anything past here is good, builds up a really good head.
You can afford to do that because of Henrietta's bowl that sits at 7 o'clock to your screen. That's an okay one, it should be counting. So you're still adding some pressure to your opposition. Okay, on the backhand. Is this bowl going to finish? It's a lovely line.
Yeah, pretty handy bowl.
Good shot.
So I'd think it's just 1 to Hawke's Bay at the moment. But any weight added to the last bowl, this should count. Won't be far off counting, Alex.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's perfect weight. Which way is it going to sit? Against the bias? Just about. Might have hung around. Okay, on her back end.
Doesn't have to change much to get second shot. Looks very close to me.
Lovely
and
bowl.
might even get shot. Oh, great effort. It will force Natasha to change her hands here, I think, on the swap over, Alex. Play the forehand down to land on the last bowl, or just around it, or onto her own shot bowl.
Very focused, Natasha on the forehand.
Very smooth deliveries, Natasha Grimshaw.
Always down the right area, isn't it?
Close here.
Oh, good shot. So with Julie holding second shot here, what shot do you think she'll play, Mark?
Might play the same shot off the inside of their second shot to try and land the shot bowl. The other choice is to play the backhand and just try and promote second shot. I think it should be forehand. Try and get off the inside of the shot of the second shot and land the shot bowl.
I think that's the plan.
Just a little wide, I think.
Just on the wide side, but look at this weight. It's going to sit through this bowl. So weight was pretty good, wasn't it? Because it would have sort of sat nice and square.
Yeah, both players actually probably playing the same shot here, to be fair. Natasha's probably trying the same thing, land the second shot for 2 or land the shot bowl.
The logic for Natasha is if she plays it, it's no longer there for Julie. It ceases to exist. So we see there the head, the 4 blue stickered bowls. Safer than it looks to go through the shot bowl. If it went ugly, you might drop a 2, but you're only one. It's from, okay, we'll switch to the backhand anyway. So they're deciding discretion is the better part of whatever that saying goes.
Yeah, sometimes it's okay to drop ones rather than take a risk and drop 2 or 3. So I don't mind this shot option. And can still score if she lands onto the front blue.
Yeah, neither here nor there is it for the Horswell team. It's well, the Kia Toa one. There's going to be one to Kia Toa, so 4-3 after 5 ends. It's still only one's game.
Yeah, sometimes you just sort of like settle for 1 down and get on with the next head, and it doesn't really mean much dropping the odd single here and there.
Yeah.
Clearly at the end of the game, if you drop 5 or 6 of them, they start to add up. But this early part's just about making sure you don't do anything too silly, drop a number when we don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the jack was overthrown then, I think, or perhaps out of bounds. So that does mean that the Horswell team gets to redeliver the jack to their length.
I think we'll see a short end. That's how we're picking this game is.
And talking of the
3/4. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine. You're all good. It's more interesting. But talking of the Horswell Club, I've done a bit of research, Mark, and I think they're sort of youngish by bowling club standards. They started in 1957. There was a meeting held in the Horswell Hall, and 100 5-pounder benches were issued. And the first membership subscription, you had to pay £2 and 2 shillings. And I hoofed that into the inflation calculator. It's $165 in today's language for your sub, so that's about right. But one of the newer clubs around, Horswell.
Yeah, 1950 is pretty new, but still 70 odd years.
Yeah, well, I say new, in inverted commas. I believe they've just got a new artificial down there as well, so still going strong. Henrietta on the forehand.
Pretty sure the greenkeeper at Horswell is Terry Rossiter, who is an ex-Takaro player and ex-Takaro greenkeeper, I think.
It sounds right, Mark. So we see this bowl.
Nice weight.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? So both teams at this stage, you look at that head, you're both feeling okay about about things. For Kia Toa, you're pretty comfortable that there's 2 bowls past the head, so if the jack moves, it's fine. And Hallswell's holding 1.5 or 2, a clear 2 actually. I don't know where the half came from.
Nice again here from Carroll. This
That's
is
a
a good
lovely
shot.
shot. Yeah, good bowl.
Even if it is 1 down, it's there or thereabouts.
So Julie just asking for the backhand from Kate.
I think just to beat the last bowl or beat her own bowl for one definite shot. Lovely weight. Close here. Small touch as well. So Kay's down a good area as well. Starting to like this one, Alex. Oh, just a
short of a
fraction.
gallop.
It does look like from the camera angle it's two to Hawke's Bay, but I wouldn't guarantee it to be guaranteed just from the camera angles.
Yeah, that's what we have found, isn't it? Just with the sometimes the depth perception's a bit interesting.
So Natasha will be on the little bit wider hand, the ditch side, which is a little bit wider than the other side.
Beautiful out of her hand, that one, very smooth. Sometimes that doesn't mean anything, does it, Mark?
It's not bad. Like her weight's almost perfect there, maybe a foot of weight. Clearly the line was a little bit underlined, but it's a fair attempt.
Julie, just resetting herself, so I'm potentially walking in the background there.
Might be a little bit tight too for the hand.
Yeah, be disappointed with that bowl. Steering this one down. So ahead where you'd think there'd be enough room, Mark.
Yeah, you just draw confidently here. Like there's no real bowls in the way. The short bowls are right on the centre line, so there's no reason not to draw a goodie.
Just an escapee running across the back. And here we go, Julie on the forehand side. This is close. This is close.
Really good here.
Oh, deserved better.
Oh.
Deserved better than that.
Yeah, it was a great effort to get the shot. So we'll see about that back bowl that looked like the closest bowl.
Just the one.
Yeah, so it's pretty deceiving with the camera.
It was
Camera
one of the things
angles that we get.
Yeah, we found too when we have bowls 3-5 competitions, Mark, or the north-south here with the circles on the green, they're also deceiving because the circles, they were nowhere near as big as you thought they might be, and people would look at it and go, "Oh, these players, they're no good. They're not getting within the circles." And it's like, "Oh, the circle's only a few feet. Like, if you get within the circles, it's an exceptional bowl." So sometimes the broadcast doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, look, the circles I think in the north-south were like half a mat or something. So,
Yeah, exactly.
people were just dropping them all outside that, and everyone's going, these guys can't play.
We'll just make a little correction. Mark and the Hallsville team, and apologies to Kay Wallace is the lead, and Glennis is the 2. So this is the
Okay.
lead, Kay Wallace. There's been a bit of movement in that team before the event got started, and that's not how it was sort of pushed into bowl sub. So apologies there, but yeah, Kay Wallace off the front, Glennis at 2. So this is Kay here.
Thanks, Alex.
A lovely line from Kay. I did a bit of research into the Kia Tour Bowling Club as well, Mark, although it's bizarre. Well, it's not bizarre, I suppose, it's just the name, but there's 2 Kia Tour Bowling Clubs here this weekend, one from South Canterbury and one from Hawke's Bay. The Kia Tour Bowling Club that we're watching now celebrated their centenary last year, so they came up to the 101st or 100th birthday, actually, because the official opening was on the 3rd of February 1923, and it took until 1941 for a telephone to be installed in their clubhouse. The year before, there had been a special general meeting, and only 11 members were in favour of it. But by 1941, they thought, nah, a telephone will do the trick.
Brilliant.
Something like that. It all came apparently from a conversation in the Rialto tea rooms, which is a fair enough place to think about starting a bowls club.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many people actually have a telephone in their house now. The old style telephone.
Yeah, we don't. Thank goodness. So this here.
Yeah, down to speed here on this one.
Glennis on the forehand. Just short of a couple of gallops there. Didn't come out of her hand as well as she would have liked it to.
All coming in a little bit hot, but not bad.
Yeah, be happy enough with that.
That's 4 shots at the moment.
Looking after
her. On the back end from Glennis. Oh, let's watch this bowl. It's not far away, Mark.
Very good.
Great stuff. And it's sat down against the bias for a touch-up. Natasha got it under control. She's broken her chalk.
She has broken her chalk spray.
But she's put it back together, so that's okay. Hate to waste a good chalk spray.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Natasha plays for the trail or just goes that bowl.
What would you do, mate?
Natasha does like to have the odd smack. So it does look like the trail shot's the better shot, because you trail jack 2 feet, you make 5. But in saying that, if you whip the bowl out, you get 4.
They both sound good to me. She's on a forehand. That would indicate more weight, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely going.
She's not far away here. Willing the bowl to turn, willing it to turn. Oh, that's a sign of good confidence, isn't it? Great effort. And Julie Daly just straight into her work. We quite badly want to get another bowl around.
Yeah, I think I saw the other day when Natasha was playing, I think I saw her hit something like about 7 in a row. 7 jacks in a row.
That's not bad.
So she is she's a very good driver, Alex.
No qualms about having another go if you've committed with one.
No.
Try again.
Get a megaphone for Coral. Natasha having another nibble on the forehand side. She's close again. She's close again. She's got the
Yes.
ball. And the jack's gone
Oh,
with
the
it.
kill.
Is it staying in bounds? I think it's
Well,
alive. Like Frankenstein's monster. It's alive. Yep, so on the forehand.
one to the ball, to Hawke's Bay, maybe. It's a bit hard to tell how far the blue bowl with the red disc on has passed. Oops, coming down to have a look.
Oh, see if there's a bowl that's worth anything, perhaps.
Yeah, it
Which
looks
the
like
answer
one
is
black.
no.
You can play this either hand, Alex, too.
So here we go. Let's just relive that. So just was it half a bowl wide, so the jack and the bowl flew out. You can play it either hand, Mark. It'd be tempting to play it on the back end, so you know you're coming back inbounds, I suppose. But in saying that, you just have to beat a bowl. It looks so easy, which can be really, really hard. So here's another replay. So yeah, there you go, Natasha. She played that pretty well, didn't she?
Oh, it was a good shot, and the key part is she got the result. And that's all we try and do as a skips, get the result. It wasn't the perfect result, but it was still a good result to hold one. You'd expect Julie to draw this shot with a couple of yards radius to get in here.
Willing that to run out.
Yeah, no
Well,
trouble.
she didn't waste any green. Look at that from Julie. And she made it, so won the head of the Hawesville team.
There's two good bowls there from the skip. First one to get the turnover and the second one to turn it back. So nice work from Julie and Natasha there.
And the jack straightened. It's been a good game of triples, this hasn't it, Mark?
Yeah, like I said, the standard's been pretty good. There's been a lot of bowls in the area. Both skips are playing some good conversions. So it's nice work from everybody involved.
On the back end, Kay Wallace.
Weight's very good.
Yeah.
This isn't bad either, Alex.
It's a lovely bowl. She's been leading well, Henrietta. And after the first two ends, interesting to note that all her bowls have essentially been past the head, so that's really good from a lead. It gives so many opportunities, doesn't it, for the team members that are following you to make the most of the head.
Yeah, having the bowls in play helps the player following you, which is what we're trying to do. Make it easier for the next person that's playing the next bowl.
Henrietta willing this bowl back in. Left-handed turn at the end of the track. Yeah, it's fine. It's good leading from both. And Glennis now on her forehand.
Looks a good track as well.
It's a lovely line. Oh, beautiful effort, just pulling up just short. Coral not far away, Mark. How much
Just
is
a
it going to turn
fraction
at the
under.
end?
Yeah, just a little bit undergreened, I think. But like the weights in the area, like we're only a couple of feet or through of that, and if you're putting all the bowls in play like they are, it creates options later in the end. As you look there are 3 blue disc bowls of the 3 backest, and we already know that Natasha isn't scared to have a bit of a crack. And later on, if that one bowl is worth a couple of shots and the jack in the ditch is worth 4, I think you'll see some anger from Natasha Grimshaw.
Which is that's a synonym for a drive shot, isn't it, Mark?
Correct. Yes.
We're not talking literal anger. We're talking she's just it just means drive.
Thanks for correcting me there, Alex.
No worries. Was it? And I mean, you're right though. When you look at those the 4 blue disc bowls, really good position for a skip that's happy to be more aggressive rather than less. Because I mean, if the jack gets moved back, it's happy days. If you chip the bowl out, it's happy days. There's a whole lot of good stuff that can happen for the blue stickered team with that position. As long as you've got a skip who's confident in playing that style of game.
Yeah, and 1 down, it looks like close to 2 seconds. So if that's the case, 2 seconds, 4 backest, I wouldn't be surprised. But so this first bowl from Julie's actually pretty critical to get another one in there, or past to take away some of those shot options.
Yeah, it's about being in a space where you're not going to make the target more inviting, so you wouldn't want to put a second shot next to the shot bowl because that you're just going to get a split plate against you. And Julie looking to go just past that one.
Nice
That's a good shot if it clears it. A little bit unlucky to get the wick,
nice
really,
bowl.
but a good bowl.
That's a nice bowl though, Alex. It's actually reading your opponent as well. That's part of the game, and knowing that you're playing someone that does like to be a little bit more aggressive, you do need to think about covering that. Although Natasha is a really good draw bowler as well.
It's really hard when they're good at everything, isn't it? I can cover one, you're just going to do the other.
Yeah, like looking at this here, it looks like Natasha has 3 seconds at the moment. So I do think if that is the case, we will see Natasha drive at that shot bowl if Julie does not get another one in here.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I think the Hallsville team will be aware of that. And, in a game, you can only hope your opponent misses so many times before they don't, and you get punished for it. So this is one of those times, if you're the Hallsville team, you cross all your fingers and all your toes that this bowl gets missed, because you can feel that there's a chance that you're going to drop a number here.
It's worth 4. I think we've got a drive coming.
Absolutely. Got to take your chances. Could get... Oh, it's drifting. That's interesting. It's drifting. It's drifting. Oh. Escaped twice now, the Hallsville team.
1, and that'll make it 5 all.
Yep. Great game. Okay, just taking your time. And of course, this is the last round of the women's section play we'll broadcast, Mark, and it's going to be followed by 2 rounds of men's section play. A schedule for 3, but it'll be earlier than 3. They're running ahead of schedule. So we can look forward to that. This is your last game in commentary for today, and you said are you going to go down and critique the commentary that we put out? Is that your plan for the next game?
Yeah, I'm heading down to the Johnson Park Bowling Club where the next game has our representatives there. So of Graham, Colin and Alan. So plan on going down there, and I think they're expecting about a crowd of about 30 or 40. So it should be really, really quite cool down the club. A couple of beers and some nibbles is what the club's putting on.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to sit there and watch the game and I guess listen to you and John.
You can be the third person, or you could just maybe put us on mute and add your own commentary. But I think it is a fantastic idea for clubs to get in behind that. We will endeavour to continue to post our broadcast schedules as early as we know them. If clubs want to put the big screen on at the club rooms and have a couple of beverages and something to eat and watch your club mates play bowls, I think that's a brilliant idea. And as I said before, we're always welcome trivia on clubs and people. And you feel free to flick it through to me at alex@bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. It always adds a little bit to that commentary, and really cool to hear that Johnston Park is going to have a bit of a get together to watch that next game. Henrietta, good weight twice, one on one side of the head and one on the other.
Yeah, probably her two worst bowls, to be fair, but beautiful weight twice.
Yeah, this is when in a triples game, it's the opportunity to step up, isn't it? You go, well, my lead has had their one end off. It's my turn just to steady the ship here, put two bowls there or thereabouts as the pressure is added by Glennis on her backhand.
Yeah, that was a nice bowl.
Good delivery.
It's a little bit under as well. So nice sort of weight, not far through, a couple of feet through. Good home. Nice bowl again here.
How good's this bowl? That's great stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, that's two good bowls. That's well done from Glennis.
It's incredible that we've gone from an end where there were second, third, fourth and fifth shots for the Kia Toa team to an end where they're struggling to get one within Kui. So Natasha's gone from thinking I can just chip a bowl out for a number to I need to draw to save. So it can be challenging sometimes.
And the other point of that, Alex, is Natasha's had 3 or 4 drives in a row now, and now all of a sudden it's 3 or 4 down having to draw to save.
Absolutely.
We can tell you in the game next door, Plymerton, who need that game to qualify, are 8-4 down.
Well spotted, Mark.
It's one good thing about having the rink scoreboards we can see.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at the pressure. The pressure's gone right on here.
Beautiful.
Natasha,
yeah, that's 4 down.
Draw.
Yeah, nice track here from Natasha. If she's got the weight, she's going to get the shot here.
Lovely effort.
Awesome.
Oh, just out.
Great bowl, because reduced it from 4 down to 2 down. So I guess half the job done from Natasha. This is a nice track as well, Alex.
It certainly is. Look at this
Full
here.
count.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl. Now, is that close enough that Natasha might be tempted to have a nibble, or is she still just going to try and draw, do you think, Mark?
If she has a drive at this, it has to be on the forehand because she does not want to get her own bowl out and drop 5 right now. She does have a couple of nice bowls past the jack, so I think just like a 2 feet draw through, sit the bowl, trail jack. I don't think she can play too quick at this.
Yeah, it can go. I could go septic for sure. On the backhand, willing it down. Yeah, she's close here. She's very close here. Look at this here from Natasha. That's a bomb.
What a
Where's the
shot.
jack gone?
Oh, that's
Still
a
a
good
good
shot,
shot.
though. 1 down, but I think we're taking that at the start of the end. Natasha was 3 or 4 down to start the end. Julie played 2 more counters, so that's 2 good bowls there from Natasha after having 3 or 4 drives in a row. So great stuff.
Oh, good bowl. Just, yeah,
I
interesting
think
to
this
think about the
game's
different.
going to the wire. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah.
I think this game's going to the wire, mate. It's 6-5. Both teams playing some good ends. Both teams had some opportunities.
Really good bowls to watch. Here we go. Kay Wallace on her backhand. Good smooth delivery. Pretty sure Kay is a Bowls New Zealand accredited coach. I have a recollection. I'm sure I've printed a certificate off and flicked that through to her, so she'll have an understanding of the game. Henrietta here on the forehand. Just a bit short.
Here's one of these ends where sometimes players want to swap, but I think you just persevere. The bowl's a long way out. Back yourself to miss it.
Yeah, it's not as dangerous as it feels, is it? You know, psychologically you go, oh, there's a bowl on the way, but at the end of the day, a bowl's it's not a huge target. Good bowl.
And she was round. It was
Look
just
at
her
that.
speed.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty good. It's a shot bowl.
Correction
I think
time.
some players do want to. Sorry, some players just want to swap hands quite a lot. And not sure why they do, but a lot of players do it.
I think you can get a little bit stuck in thinking I need to be drawing the shot. Every time I play a bowl, I want to be taking the easiest path to the jack. And you can sort of get caught up in that thinking sometimes, whereas in reality, you really don't need to be holding the shot until the last bowl's been played. And that can be a lot easier if the teams have put bowls in a good position first and you just bide your time.
Yeah, like I said, the key is to beat the closest bowl that's there. You don't need it on top of the jack. Chance to land the shot bowl, I think.
Just drifting through a little bit, but that's a good first bowl, isn't it? Second shot.
That's one thing I've liked in this game is there've been a lot of bowls that 2 feet, 3 feet past the jack in the playing area. So I've liked the way that both teams have attacked that sort of area in the game.
on the back end.
Yeah, Natasha's liking it.
She's very close. Needs it to hold or to swing. That'll do.
Still think one down, Alex.
Oh, okay. Maybe it won't. It won't do.
Oh, it's a great
It'll
effort
sort of
for
do.
sure. It's another one just past, though, for Natasha, the 6-shot bowl or trail jack. Oh, I do think Horswell holding one here.
When we have been in Christchurch for nationals and whatnot, Mark often Horswell's used as one of the venues, and when I've been in the not hall controller, what do we call them in outdoor bowls, the tournament whatever office, I'll get the Horswell thing, and I always think Horswell that ends well. It just sort of runs in my head, and I'm not sure what to make of that, to be honest, as we see Julie Daly on the forehand. Lovely line.
Yeah, I think Natasha will be looking to sit this red disc bowl for 3 or 4 here.
Came out of her hand pretty good.
Yeah, it's tacking for the bowl here. And close.
It's a lovely effort. Put the sails up.
That could be the shot. That's very close.
Does look like it, doesn't it, at 7 o'clock?
Yeah, there's a lot of blue disc bowls around this jack. So there's a chance here for Natasha to make a number. So Julie again's really got to get another bowl in as close as she can to stop Natasha from playing a good shot for 4 or 5. It's a little bit narrow, lovely weight though.
I think what we need
Oh,
is to they've
well, they've
got
got
2
2
already.
shots for the looks of it. But it still doesn't stop a full draw here, because if you land the red disc bowl, you'd make 5. So there's no reason not to be up. Touch check, you make 4. So
Yeah,
Natasha's got every reason to be up.
maybe they should learn sign language in their team, Mark, and then you don't have to worry about the noise. That's very funny.
So I'm presuming this black bowl that's jack level is a shot bowl. And
Yeah,
yes,
well, they've just
it
said we're
is.
holding 2, so there's 1.
And it must be Natasha's first bowl.
1 and 2
And
halves.
that's where the angles for us are a little bit hard, because we're never quite sure how far through these back bowls are with the camera.
So 1's been conceded already, and they're going to go to that bowl.
That's 2.
Well, that's definitely in. They're not even going to measure, so the Corals bowl can't be in.
No, so that's 2, and Hawke's Bay hit the front.
7-6.
So 2/3 of the way through the game, Alex, and it's still anybody's.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting game to watch. Lots of effective bowls, chances for both teams, as you said earlier, and enjoyable. I like the psychology. It's interesting, always interesting. We're at the last game of this section play space. Julie's team and the Horswell team have had a forgettable tournament. They're centre champions, but have had a forgettable tournament, and they're trying to take down and ruin Natasha Grimshaw's team's day, the Kia Toa one. They need this to qualify. You've just got 2 teams out there with absolutely different emotions, I would say, going through, and it's equal or equated to be a really good game of bowls. Okay. That's an okay first bowl.
Yeah, both bowls in that playing area, like we've been talking about. And I like the fact there's been very few short bowls in this game. So a lot of bowls in the area and up, and easier for their skips to play some good bowls. And there's a commentator's curse there with the bowls being up.
That's your fault.
Yeah, I'm
I often
definitely the
blame
one
us.
that I played the bowl for sure. Yes.
Yeah. I reckon we make a negative impact on a lot of these bowls as commentators. Okay, switching to the backhand. That's a time. I don't know. That bowl of Henrietta's, it sits at to the right of your screen as you see it now. It would have looked a little bit in the line, but there probably wasn't a need to change. As we see Coral switch to the backhand.
Yeah, I don't believe the front black bowl is in the way.
That's a good bowl.
That's a nice shot there.
Feels like Kia Toa, I'd really like to score on this end, go back to back end, see if they could extend their lead to a multiple.
Well, it's a little bit narrow, this one, I think.
She would have known the moment she let that one go, I suspect. So attempt number 2 on the backhand. Not a bad effort either. Oh, great try. Good second shot. Incidentally, they look like aero bowls and XG's mix. What else is there, Mark? It looks just like Henselites and Neros to me at a glance if I'm looking at the bowls that are in front of
I
us.
think you're right. Natasha might have Taylor's just quietly. Tell you one thing that I find really interesting about this 6th round in the women's triples is that every rink is actually having to be played. So every team on a rink can qualify. So we could end up with at least 12 qualifiers.
It's a sign of an even competition, isn't it, Mark? Where everyone's been beating everyone else. Natasha not making it around the short stuff.
Oh, nice sort of weight. Would have been good enough for shot if landed the front blue bowl. Yes. And Natasha would want to get another one close because I think their blue disc bowl's worth 3 or 4 at the moment. Probably worth 4 if Natasha doesn't get another one in here. Or could still be worth 3 at least.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's that good out of the hand. So here we go, Mark.
I don't think Julie's team realised that that bowl could have been worth 3.
No, it just sort of seemed like a, what do you call it? It just seemed like we'll get down and just play a bowl on the back end sort of situation. Perhaps not quite as engaged as they could have been on that particular end. So one more to Kia Toa. You'd say that's probably an opportunity that's gone by. And 8-6 will be the score now on this 12th end. Or is it end 11? No, 12th. Sorry. I'm easily
4
confused.
to go. Yeah, 4 to go.
Getting to the pointy end.
That's pretty handy. Weight's pretty good.
Yeah, and here's a chance. Henrietta will be thinking, right, I'm going to jump on this. I've got one. I've got an opportunity to make it a good 2. Particularly as we approach this last portion of the game. Kia Toa needing this one to qualify, remember, and they've got 4 ends to go. Leading by 2.
Great,
really
great
want
here.
to score again. That's exactly what Henrietta wanted to do.
Yeah, it's a great bowl.
Beautiful. Kay on her backhand.
And they're all smiles with those couple of bowls, so good to see. Because it's just about having fun out here. That's why we play the game. It's always good to win, but most importantly, if we're not enjoying ourselves, why are we playing the game?
Yeah, it tends to spur up though, doesn't it, Mark? Because if you're enjoying yourself, you usually play well, and if you play well, you're enjoying yourself, and it's sort of all a positive spiral up. If you're nice and relaxed and enjoying what you're doing, you're more likely to not be tense, and if you're not tense, you're less likely to put the bowl not down the track. So it all just sort of feeds into itself. And decision time here. It's important that the Hallsville team just stop. I wouldn't say that Kia Toa has momentum. That would be an exaggeration, but they have scored the last couple of ends in a row, and they're leading by 2. So Hallsville will really want to score here, and that's not quite, I don't think, where Glennis would have liked that bowl to end up, but she's going to get another opportunity. Possibly that bowl of corals that sits at 2 o'clock to your screen, causing some challenges, but it's shaping up to be a really big end in the context of this game. Coral on the back end. Might hit the short one up, says Natasha. So that's full of hope there. Let's see what happens. Oh, passed. If she had hit the short one up, it would have been perfect. And time to make a good correction here for Glennis Chell. Down on the head. This one's going to need to hold a very long time. And now you want it to swing, to be honest, onto that bowl. No, even then, still no. Didn't get the result. So Henrietta's 2 bowls there, holding a couple, Mark.
Yeah, look, 2 really good bowls, and the good news is the bowl right at the back of theirs is good cover as well. So they've got a good head set up here to get a couple of shots, and they get 2 or 3 here. It does build quite a nice lead with these last 3 ends to go.
Yeah, the timing's good for them, isn't it, the Kia Toa team?
Yeah, I think the key here is Natasha doesn't want to fatten up any areas, so as long as she's counting and not helping, that'll probably be the key. Nice track, I can tell you that. Just needs to hurry a fraction.
Just out. So Julie Daly now.
I think Natasha's saying there the hands are dying when the bowl's getting down there by the area, so.
An aggressive bowl there from Julie Daly. On the forehand side, that was an interesting shot selection.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think the front two bowls are a little bit annoying, so she decided to play with weight to try and land jack or bowl. Like I said, Natasha doesn't want to help her and get another one to fill one of these gaps.
You just want to leave spaces, don't you? So you actually want this one to
Like
keep
this.
going a little bit. That's a really good bowl because you're probably potentially counting 2.5, says Glennis.
Yes, I think this is a big bowl here for Julie. They don't really want to drop 2 or 3 here, so it needs to reduce or change here. She's coming to have a look.
I like this, and keeping in mind you've got a good time limit as well to fit the 15 ends in. There's no negative to come and have a look at the headers there, Mark, and you just get a good idea in your own head as to what you want to do.
And as you
This
look at
feels
the screen, there's the bowl on the right, which is a blue disc, and a bowl on the left, which is the blue disc. Both short and they look in the way. So it makes it hard to make your mind up on what you're going to play.
Yeah. If you are going to be attacking, the back end looks slightly more inviting only because your collision bowl is more likely to go with the jack. And we have seen Julie, she was attacking on the forehand side, and I suppose it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, isn't it?
Well, the key with the forehand, if she was to get the jack past the shot bowl, she could make
the 6
4
o'clock
because there is
direction.
3 bowls. Yeah, there is 3 bowls out that way. So it's just got to get the jack past the blue bowl, past the black bowl with the blue disc on it, and she could make 4 here.
Yeah, seems like
I think
a good
that's what she'll
plan.
play. I think she'll play to sit the bowl. She'll play the same bowl that she just played, is what I'm predicting.
She did have lovely weight, didn't she, with her first bowl? It's that sort of weight where you're likely to stick with the jack too with your collision bowl. So Julie, let's see what happens here. Lining up.
Looks a little bit unsure. Looks like backhand though. It's always a bit daunting when you get back down there and you have second thoughts. So let's hope she can clear her mind and play confidently here.
I find it often looks much easier when I'm at the head, when I'm on the mat.
She's
It's a
attacking.
very confident bowl. She needs a slice of luck. Needs a
And
slice
close
of
to
luck.
it.
Oh, that's the
that's
reverse of a slice of luck. It's gone horrendously.
3 down, I think, here.
Goodness gracious me, that couldn't have gone worse. And that wasn't the worst bowl either, but just cannoning or shunting one of the opposition bowls through for 3 and not sitting down yourself. So that's a break in the game for Kia Taylor, and they would back themselves to carry on from this. I think you've just got the first multiple on the entire match right at the end. They'll be feeling like 5 up at this stage is good enough.
Yeah, the key now is for Horswell to get a couple back here. So they're only about 3 behind or 2 behind with 2 to play, and then you're only chasing ones. And it's not the end, it's not the end of the game just yet. Clearly a Hawke's Bay score again here. That will make it very hard. So if Kay and Glynis can set this head up, it's not quite done deal just yet, Alex.
Well, this being now is the hour. This is the end.
Trying to get here.
Henrietta staring after this one.
Two very good
That's a good
bowls
bowl.
again. Yeah, 2 really good ends in a row here from Henrietta. Great stuff.
So we'd think that Halls will require some jack movement in this end if they are to score more than 1 point, Mark?
Oh, look, there's still time to draw a couple of shots. Certainly need to get some bowls in play. And the last one's pretty good. It's a yard through, so there's no need to panic just yet.
Just about sort of getting close and then seeing what you can do after that. Yeah, that's what Julie's indicating.
Yeah, look, the key thing is not to panic and just try and get one for a starter, and then we can work on it. So if Glynis can draw a shot here, then they can work on it with the next 3 bowls. And if she gets past, there are now 2 bowls in play. So this is not bad, even though she's missing. It's another bowl passed and in play. Yeah, it's another bowl passed. I think Natasha should be looking to get a cover in here.
Yeah, from Natasha's point of view, if you drop 1 point, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I like the idea of just drawing another here.
Yeah, you've made the target a bit bigger there. If it sits down, it's okay though. Oh no, there's still a gap. You can see a gap at 7 o'clock where the jack could go clean. So as long as Glynis plays essentially the same bowl, Mark, could be a very good result. And she's wider though.
As long as she's up though, being wide doesn't matter. Another bowl pass would be helpful here. I think they're in or out. This is the in or out type end. We're playing for sit the bowl, trail the jack through for a couple. I do think Natasha should try and cover. Either that or cover. Either that or hide the jack away. I'd definitely be covering.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, we're 5 up. We can afford to drop 1. We don't want to drop a silly 3 because we didn't cover. So that's the key point. Anywhere back, like right in the middle of those 2 red bowls at the back.
Yeah, I suppose that's the question is like, what is the worst case scenario here? And then you work on making the worst case scenario as not bad as possible.
If the opposition play a bomb and get 2, you'll accept that. But if you don't cover it and they make 3 of it, you're going to feel a bit sorry for yourself at the end of the day if it means you don't qualify. Still a big chance to make 3.
So here we go. This is the moment. Julie Daly on the back end. Steering after this bowl. They think she's close.
Well, they're looking.
That's because she is close.
Got it. Oh, I don't know. Could be shot.
Too scared to say anything. One down.
Oh, that is shot. What a shot. And Julie's kept them in the game with that bowl.
Really good bowl. And to just dead draw it as well.
Yeah, it was outstanding. Natasha didn't like that out of her hand. It's not as bad as she thought.
No, not bad at all. She gets a little rub off that one. Oh,
onto that.
Now, are you brave enough to try and draw a second shot here, Mark? Do you think that's the...
I think you do.
I think you have
we
to,
don't want to be forward. Yeah, 4 and 2's hard without last bowl. So 3 and 2's not easy either, but I think have a crack. Back yourself. You played a goodie.
Well, she wasn't going to miss narrow, was she? And a beautiful first bowl from Julie Daly.
Yeah, it's kept them right in the game. Like they would have probably been just about shaking hands, dropping 4 or 5 then. But now they're
going to measure this.
They're going to measure after they said it was 1.
It was a pretty emphatic statement, wasn't it? Oh, use your calipers. Oh.
Yeah.
I was panicked for a second. Here we go. It's whether I quite like the Henselite ones where you can take the calipers out of the measure.
Yes, correct.
They're quite good. Whereas this is a bit more finicky, but no worries.
Either that, Alex, or we carry a set of indoor calipers.
Yeah,
they're quite
got one
good.
in my bag. There we go. So it was 1. They were just making us worry for no reason. It's 1 to the Hallsville team. So we're on the penultimate end now, I think.
Yeah, something has to change. So we either, like I say, we either move the mat around or change the lengths while we're chasing 4. Sometimes a good tactic is to go T to T when you're behind like this, because that's where you can get the numbers.
Mm.
But here we are at potentially a shorter end,
Mm.
which is different to what they were just playing. So that's one good thing. Got to change something when we're behind, Alex. Good or bad?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay with her first bowl. Out of her hand pretty good. They're trailing by 4, so I don't know, 2 twos is probably the equation for Hallsville. Anything more than 2 on this end means the last end is easier.
Yeah, there's a good start because that bowl's right in play, and this is one of the key things about when we're behind. When we're behind, we've got to get all the bowls sort of in the pocket area, which is somewhere on a V, 1 yard from the jack back. If you could imagine a V there. That's a good reply, though.
Yeah, very good bowl. Lovely bowl.
Yeah, Henrietta's really stepped up these last 3 or 4 ends, hasn't she?
Yeah, played some lovely shots. Pretty consistent. Okay, Wallace on her backhand. 2 bowls past the head. It's okay. But Henrietta with the chance to begin to close this head out now. It's a nice delivery.
Don't think she's quite here with this one.
No, just short of a... Oh, it's probably a mixture of things there. So, looking like Julie's asking for a change of hand here from Glennis. This is the penultimate end, remember? So 1 to go after this, provided that it's within 6 points.
Yeah, the good chances on this hand is if you're a bit narrow, you can trail the jack to the 2 red bowls. Well, that must be shot with Julie clipping that, I think.
So Coral's turn for the forehand. Oh, it's changed it around.
Probably 1 to Hawke's Bay.
How's your weight? Glennis rolling this ball back in.
Yeah, looks good track down to speed. The track was marvellous.
Beautiful line, wasn't it?
Now important Hawke's Bay get another one in here because there is 4 seconds at the moment for Hallsville.
Little edge. That went well.
So we feel that Julie's got to draw at least 1 here, if not 2, I think. I quite like the hand that was just played. The backhand. Could play the forehand and try and get half of one of the front bowls and make 2 out of it.
Yeah.
So there are some options. It's a matter of you just pick which one you think you're the most confident of playing, knowing that you need to get at least 1 shot here. So that will be the key for Julie.
And she is just sizing it up now. Decisions on the back end. Out of the hand reasonably well.
It's attacking line. Chance to work off the front.
Yeah, just incredible how you can find fresh air sometimes, isn't it?
Which means she's got 1 bowl. Otherwise, this could be the last end. Especially if Natasha Grimshaw draws a third shot.
So big bowl here, isn't it, for Julie Daly? Desperately needs this one to be the shot.
Oh,
She's
a little wide,
wide.
I think. Lovely weight though,
Oh, it's
Alex. Here
coming
it
back.
comes.
It's coming back.
Gets through the gap, right through the gap,
And
and
sit
falls
down.
over.
And sit down. Someone needs to jump.
I just pull the carpet a little bit.
Problem solved. Natasha looking to
Might,
elbow. So
might only be one now.
oh, panic stations.
Oh, selling out.
Panic stations. Oh, you're okay, Natasha. Oh. Goodness. That was pretty close to setting that bowl down. And they got away with it. So more 1 point to the Kia Toa team. So they're going to go into this final end leading by 5 points. Now, we've been here before, haven't we, Mark? In a previous broadcast game when a team needed 6 to draw. And it'll be interesting to see how Halls will look to build this head to try and find the 5. It's the same system, isn't it? You put all your eggs in one basket. I suppose you put all your eggs in one basket and then try and get the jack there.
Yeah, look, we saw it, I think it was yesterday's game. And they almost got the 6, to be fair. It was very close to landing the shot bowl out and staying for 6. So there's no reason why it can't happen again.
They did. Now, Henrietta's been clever here. She's thrown a long end, so that should make it harder to kill in theory, shouldn't it?
Should, but it might make it easy to get the 6 if you fail to get a close one.
Yes. Yeah, that's touche.
Well, this makes it hard to draw 6 inside this.
Yeah, good bowl.
Yeah, it's a good start. So Kay just needs to be up at least a yard past or inside that last bowl in.
On the forehand.
So as long as this stays on the island.
Oh, dearie me.
That will make it hard, Alex.
Yeah. We may see an early... Well, we'll see what Kay does with the second bowl, but if you want to try to score 5 points and one of your bowls is off the rank, that starts then becoming, well, to be built up a little bit, then try and kill it. You know, what's the easiest way we can kill this head?
Great bowl again. I've been really impressed in these last 6 odd ends from Henrietta. She's played really good bowls.
Very consistent. Kay on the forehand.
Yeah, nice bowl.
That's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful bowl. Right, the 5 is on. There's one of them.
Yep, just need 4 more like that.
Oh, sounds easy when we say it fast, doesn't it?
The good news is it can still happen, Alex.
Yeah, it's still a technical possibility. There you go, Coral on the back end. That's a lovely shot.
I can already tell you. Oh, that's a great shot.
Beautiful bowl. Oh, even a kill is hard here because the jack's so close to the ditch.
I can tell you, we've already got a crowd at Johnson Park watching this game, so that's really cool.
Oh, brilliant. Glad to have people tuning in.
Well, this will make it hard to get the 5 now, so I think we'll have to have some aggression from here on.
Yeah. Wind up and hit something. Probably need to use it. I mean, it's hard to see a way the jack isn't going to go almost directly back, but you've got to try. Either that or you may as well shake hands as we see Coral on the back end. If this is a bowl that's wide, maybe that's one they can use to hit Mark, but no, it's going to be short. So we're probably just hoofing up the middle on the forehand.
Correct.
No, I think they've just they're just going to play the end out by the looks, Mark.
Yeah, it does look like that, although could fatten it up or just touch the jack out so we could kill it. So it's not a bad call if we get round and move the jack with this bowl.
Oh, she's
close to moving the jack.
Needs to move something.
The jack out in the open now, And now we can kill it. So, and
Yep.
sometimes,
Good
you
call.
know, we rush to try and kill it, but there's a great example of now being able to probably kill if they want to have a crack.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good call there from Julie. Try and find a way.
So let's hope we see Julie have a crack at killing it so we can have another end.
Another end. This is
What
a
a shot
beautiful
this
bowl.
is.
Absolutely
It's a
well
great
played.
shot.
Look at that. Couldn't have played it any
Magic.
better. As we see Natasha on the forehand. Oh, she doesn't like it. Oh, okay. Well, she didn't make it any worse, so that's fine. Throwing a bowl away. Oh, I
I don't think
Julie's
Julie's
going
going for the kill. No. It's a bit of a shame because I'd like to see a kill in another end and have some more action.
Makes it interesting for the commentary. That's okay. It's been a really good game to watch, and if she's not going for the kill, I suppose we can
Draw a second.
Well, why
Very
not?
close
That's
to
very
it.
impressive. If they had if it was a power play in, they'd be half a chance, wouldn't they? Score a 3, get a 6. Lovely effort.
Well, here we're down to the last bowl coming up, Alex, unless we get a kill.
Yeah. And just see. Yeah, nah, she's just gonna see if she's just gonna make it 2. So on that note, I'll congratulate the Kia Toa team for making it through to post section here at the Champion of Champion Triples. If you want to find the post section draw, it'll be out in good time at the on the Bowls New Zealand website via Bowls Up. Look, Julie Dowley finishing reasonably well. Cannoning her bowl in for second. So the draw will be available a bit later on. Thank you, Mark, for joining me in commentary, and I hope you enjoy our dulcet tones in the next game. In the next round will be a men's round, folks, and we're running a bit ahead of schedule, so we said it'll be at 3 o'clock. It's likely to be before then, so don't go too far away from your television screens. But until then, so long. Thanks for all the fish. Tune in and watch the highlights from that previous game now.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Well, I've had a relaxing weekend, I must say. I've been sitting around watching quite a bit of bowls from the Hopes Dunedin Stadium while Mark Noble and Alex Reid have been doing the commentary. And now I'm delighted to be back. John Macbeth's my name, and Alex stays in the other chair. And we're watching now the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples. We move back to the men's competition. This is round 4. We'll show you those teams in a moment. But first of all, let's have a look at the results so far. It's been a very interesting weekend of results, and it's not going to be till late in the piece that we work out, Alex, who is in fact qualified, because teams are getting knocked over all around the place, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So we can see there that first sheet. So remember, 3 wins qualifies. So St Kilda, Gore, Stoke, Cobden and Kerikeri are all 2 out of 2. And then at the bottom, Bowls Mount Maunganui, who we'll feature later on, is 1 out of 1. And then look at these, up and down. Yeah. Milton, Awamoa, Johnston Park, Paikokariki, Martinborough, they're all sort of 50-50, and it continues. If we look
right
here, all the way through Browns Bay, Kahatua, Te Atatu Peninsula, Riverside, Bowls, Hastings and Patatadu, all 50-50, and Sean O'Neill 50-50 as well. And these are out, and this is the big one, I think, John. 2 1-point losses, but Elmwood Park will not be qualifying for post-section at this event. And 2 1-point losses, 2 great games, but they're out. Wanaka, Paratutu, Hodaki and Tawa as well.
Yeah, so anyone who's got 2 losses alongside their name, they cannot qualify. And, well, this is nice to see, isn't it? Someone playing in their blazer, and I think that's a little bit due to, perhaps it's just a little bit cooler than what it was early on.
That's fantastic.
Gosh, you don't see that much. So today's game is Browns Bay against Johnson Park, and the Browns Bay team, which is Neil Fisher, John Walker and Colin Rogan, have beaten Arapahoe 12-9, and then they were beaten by Kia Toa, a South Canterbury team, by 11-12. Johnson Park, Alan Stewart, Colin Comerford and Graham Robinson, and we say hello to the Johnson Park Bowling Club there in Manawatu. We know you've all gathered there. A lot of you have gathered there to watch this game, and joined of course by Mark Noble, who has been working diligently behind the microphone as well. So Alan Stewart, Colin Comerford and Graham Robinson, they beat that Kia Toa team by 19-4, and then were beaten by Awamoa by 16-6. Must win really for both these teams, Alex.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what a shot, what a start from the blue sticker teams of Johnston Park. Absolutely on fire. Now it'll be quite simple to see Browns Bay's bowls, because it's 6 white bowls, John, so that's nice and easy. White bowls with red stickers. John Walker at 2. He only has 29 centre titles, John Walker.
Oh.
So there's some work to do there, I think.
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of Neil Fisher, didn't we, in the final of the Peers, or through the Peers competition in Dunedin last weekend, reaching the final, going to an extra end against that team from North East Valley, before losing it on that extra end.
Alan Stewart on his forehand. I've been informed that if he drives, he's not slow, John, so I'm looking forward to that if it's required.
Fisher now very experienced, lots of titles, regularly representing his centre.
Oh, he's got the brown shoes on as well.
That's good, isn't it?
They're the most comfortable bowling shoes you'll ever have. And fashionable as well, John.
I was going to say, just because they're brown doesn't mean to say they're comfortable, does it?
No, they're comfy ones. They're the, what were they called? Greens with a Z at the end. As Alan adds a bonus. It's a big end, big start for this Johnson Park team.
Yes, I'm getting a good look at those shoes now. I can see what you mean there. Exactly as you say. That's a good ball. Oh, well, was
What a
that Neil
shot.
Fisher? Ah,
He gets 2 claps from the opposition for that one. It's a great bowl to cut it
yeah.
down.
So now if you're trying to work out the uniforms of these players, it's quite difficult.
Yes. Yeah.
Shirts are all the same, but when it gets a bit cool, on come the jackets and the old jackets and the, well, sports jackets as well.
Varying types of warmth.
So Johnson Park score first. Their leaders Robbo or Graham Robinson, who's his skip's uncle.
First bowl on his backhand. And this is Colin Rogan, absolute legend of the game. Colin Rogan has 38 centre titles and still going strong. Unbelievably good.
And he sets up the same every time. It's a very deliberate, checks the bowl, looks right down the playing surface of the bowl out to the spot that he's looking at out on the rink. Stands there and sometimes ponders and then wanders off to pick up his next one, always thinking about what do I need to do with this next one. My weight wasn't bad, just a fine line change perhaps. Well, not bad, that's a great weight.
Yeah. We'll see how I'm feeling, John. I might tell a story about Colin a bit later on in the game, but I'll keep that in the back pocket for the moment as we see him with the second bowl looking to correct.
So he had the weight perfect. Now it's just that fine line change. You can see, look too, he's made the change. Dropped his weight. But I got half it right, yeah. So you'll see a lot of that from Colin Rogan today, and people have done over the years.
So that's another Colin. A lefty.
Originally from Taranaki. He's on the club board. One of those really hard workers. Some people get a kick out of just playing bowls for a club, don't they? And perhaps supporting the club. And others get a kick out of playing bowls and helping and working and being on match committees or just there for match days to help up or clean up, you know. He's one of those.
The sport needs those people. Now let's just have a look at his shoes. Used to be a very popular shoe, the Greens shoe, with a Z at the end. Very hard to find now, John. I just about to say they've gone out of print, but that would be for a book. They've gone out of production. But a very comfortable shoe, the Greens shoes. I have a pair that I've had to provide running repairs to a couple of times. I was asked if I had a date, if my date stamp on my shoes was up to date once playing outdoor bowls with the brown shoes on it.
Oh yeah, yes. I was very reluctant to throw mine out. I think mine were Lydiards, and I had some white ones with Lydiards as well when I progressed from brown to white. And now, of course, I don't know what colour they are now. Yeah, you look at these ones coming down, all branded and different colours. Some people might just ask, it's a bit like in rugby and football and things, when you're wearing studs, a referee used to always go in and check. And I think there have been moves afoot by some greenkeepers to actually have a bit of a lineup sometime and say, okay, show us the soles of your shoes, because the days of the very smooth, flat, no ripple effect have pretty much gone. But some people are abusing that a wee bit, and you see, stones caught up in the ripples or ridges in the soles of the shoes, and that can only damage. But in general, you look at the shoes out there now, they're no heels, that's the main thing, no heel at all, and not going to damage a nice green. Not so bad in the artificial, of course, but
artificials, yeah. There's a list of about 12 things that a bowl's shoe has to be somewhere in the domestic regulations, John, and it talks about, like you said, no heels and shouldn't hold a stone, etc., etc. And if you can tick all that off, you're fine to wear it to bowls. But as you say, let's not have let's not take it too far. It's a lovely line there.
Yes.
Be on the weight.
I mean, as we've seen before, and I know you and Mark have talked about it too, that you know 3 or 4 ends before you're really settled into it. They've had 2 ends of trial ends here. They've already played 3 games in the competition, but every rink has a bit of difference. But I know most people have said playing down here that in Dunedin that it's very, very comfortable and consistent. So that's what we want.
Yeah, it appears to be the reports, and even just if we watch the broadcast rink, I couldn't tell you which is the nicer hand. They both play well. We've seen good bowls going both ways on both hands, so it makes for good games, doesn't it?
Yep, absolutely. 2 fingers go up, not in a rude way, in a scoring way.
Viva victory.
Yeah. So Browns Bay on the board now, a 2 on that second end. Well, I've been just following, and I know a lot of people are following through Bowls Hub and on the Bowls NZ website and various Facebook pages, and that the standard of games have been fantastic. And as you said, looking through those lists, you see that Elmwood Park team unable to qualify, then you know that some of the top teams are just being knocked over. It's not easy. And that's, I suppose, that's what you expect, because all these teams have won their club titles and then gone on and won their centre titles. So there's some outstanding players amongst them.
Absolutely. It's been lots of everyone knocking over everyone else sort of thing. We saw those 2 screens full of teams that had one up and one down. That's a sign that the competition is very even.
Looks like Rogan's decided to play on that side of the rink. He went down forehand the other way and coming back on the backhand.
Be willing this bowl to stop. He's on the right line but needs it to stop. Oh, let's put one into the ditch. Colin Rogan with his second bowl. Once he finds his way with his first bowl, the second bowl is almost always there.
Yeah.
Real dangerous lead once he sort of starts zoning in, Colin Rogan.
There's Robbo playing the other side. His green was pretty good that first bowl, as you said, Alex, so he's onto it.
Well done. Handy there.
Here we go. We can hear from the Johnson Park Bowling Club. They're all applauding, having a bit more to eat, going back to the bar.
Can hear
Good
it from the
stuff,
commentary booth.
Yeah, that's right.
John Walker on his backhand. Great effort.
Down here, Cole. Yeah, well, I think you get inside that last bowl, you're good.
Alex, did I tell you about one of the women's teams that qualified? Did I mention a women's team that qualified? Did I mention that to you? Did I mention it? Did I?
I wonder who it could be, John. Do you want to? We can fill us in.
well, I was just, in case I hadn't mentioned it, it's just the Ramadi team of Audrey and Rochelle Stevenson and Michelle McDonald, second-year player, have got through after losing their first game. They won their next 3, so I've had a few messages from them, and I think they're relaxing, so that's good. So the club's
always a good
chuffed, and of
sign.
course the Kapiti Centre is too. Yeah. I'll probably
Certainly
ask her
fun
that
this
later.
season.
Did I tell you?
Slightly over there.
You're only adding a metre.
It's interesting. It must be a very comfortable blazer to wear.
Yeah.
And Colin.
And of course, if he doesn't wear it, he puts it down somewhere and loses it. So just keep on wearing it.
So for the best
How
to
many
keep
jackets
it on.
and how many jackets, hats, water bottles, caps, lifters, and that does a club find at the end of every gala or event.
Enough to start a second-hand shop, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So 2-1 Browns Bay. This is a round 4 match in the men's competition at the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples in Dunedin. This Browns Bay combination with Colin Rogan leading, and he's had those 2 early shots. John Walker at 2, and Neil Fisher now picking up his bowl. He's the skip. And Johnson Park has Graham Robinson, Colin Comerford, and Alan Stewart.
So Neil, well, I feel like we've seen a lot of on this rink. We've already broadcast 2 games of the pairs, and he's here again for the triples. With his first bowl. Goodness, didn't he play well in the pairs, John?
Oh. He's wandering back, as we saw in the pairs, wanders back, sometimes just shaking his head, just reassessing. And I suppose the shot that he remembers most of all in that final was the one where he had to try and draw to the ditch. Oh no, he had a couple of meters, didn't he, to draw, and just couldn't quite get there. And he was so disappointed, but he'd played magnificently throughout. Losing to Keanu Darby and Roger Stevens, that North East Valley team. So here he goes now. Backhand from Neil Fisher. Good situation to be in with those 2 white bowls with the red stickers already in there, looking to make it 3.
Little feather. Oh.
Yes. Alan Stewart played for the Waikato representative team up there before moving down to Manawatu. He's doing his apprenticeship as a builder. So these early starts down here in Dunedin won't be worrying him. 2 down, which means 2 shots to Browns Bay.
So still sort of finding their way on this in this game at this early stage. These teams, we'll start seeing the heads tighten right up pretty shortly, I would suggest, as we see Colin Rogan there deliver the jack. He's played a lot of PBA bowls, John, so he's no stranger to the carpet or even the blue carpet. He's gone overseas to the UK and played on the blue greens they have over there.
Just looking through some of the names, Alex, of those that have won the triples previously, and I see Rex Knox and Bruce Henderson and Rob Ashton way back in 2003, and Rob Ashton is still out there winning events. In fact, at the Kapiti Centre prize giving a couple of months ago, whatever, he and his team, which included Jim Swift and Brent Stubbins, they won the Kapiti Centre triples title there. So he's still, he's got more titles than anyone, I think. Rob
He's got
Ashton.
a few.
And then you go,
I have,
yes, oh, God, carry on.
yeah, I have it in my head, and I could be absolutely wrong, but I'm pretty sure Rob might have played Crown Green Bowls in the UK before he came out here, and that might have been his first
Wouldn't,
taste of bowls. Was the Crown Green Bowls, which is that.
yep.
For those who don't know what Crown Green is, it's like the ancestor of our game. So the Scottish gave it rules, but the English started off with the Crown Green Bowls, and you essentially chuck a jack that's like an indoor bowls sized biased jack anywhere on this undulating sort of green, and then you chuck a couple of bowls towards it. So I feel like that's where he started his bowls, John, but I may have actually made
could
that
well
up.
be
I'm
right.
not sure.
Well,
I could be wrong.
I'm sure Rob will be in touch.
And if I do know that, I don't know how I know it.
It's amazing what hides away in the brain and the memory.
See there, Colin Rogan, 2 bowls on the jack.
Yeah. So, and last year's winner with the team from Foxton and Beach, that Ross Ellery, Rowan Tees and Doug Pitcher, they played really well. They had to, because they had to knock my team out. They did that quite comfortably. Some of those other names too. It's really, I mean, David File up there, Kelvin Scott, Lance Pascoe, Mike Kernahan, Chris Lalive, Danny Delaney. Gosh, lots of really good names through that list of winners. Some multiple
Absolutely.
Winners too.
It's John Walker. He's got quite a small-sized bowl from memory. They all look like similar models, the white bowls of the Browns Bay team. Well, that's an okay shot there.
Yeah.
Looking for some sort of connection here, Colin. I think he's going to get it. 1, 2. I think he's done it. He's done enough there, John.
I think so, yeah. It certainly looks like blue bowler's a shot.
Just a little shake of the head from Alan Stewart on the way past.
Good mix of ages here too, Alex, at the men's and women's triples, Champion of Champions, sponsored by Somerset. For people who've been watching throughout the 2.5 days so far, I see some quite young players and some steady veterans as well. Here's a veteran. Ooh, not quite doing enough, I don't think. Maybe.
They feel like they've got about 100 seconds, but the shot is with Johnston Park at the moment. You can see the hands on the hips from Neil Fisher in the background. What's happening here, John?
Ooh, I've just given it away. It was almost a perfect bowl, but it wasn't. He's got another one to play, though, and he's probably made it a bit better for himself. Still one to come from Fisher. They're just going to hang there.
Yeah, possibly that's the only good thing. Well, not the only good thing, but with Alan giving the shot away, it probably disincentivised John from, Neil from finding a way to get rid of that second shot. So perhaps, although it wasn't ideal, it might have saved them being 4 or 5 down, perhaps.
Well, a similar shot to that he played last time would sit the shot bowl and possibly give him 2, or with a bit of luck, a 3 here. So let's see what he can do. Doesn't need to change a thing, really. And he's on a good line too. Has he got to get round that short bowl? And he's done it. And he's going to take the shot bowl out. And he'll sit for 3. No. That's the 1 anyway. Maybe 2, yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful bowl that was to watch.
It was perfect weight. Didn't get as much, Noble would say angry, you know, he's going to play an angry shot. No, he wasn't. He was just playing that perfect weight. Here it goes.
A replay.
Collins looking really interested, walks away, claps his hands, does a dance in the brown shoes and says, thank you, mate. So was it
great
was
shot.
it 2? Did you pick up? I'm not sure. Was it 1 or 2? We'll see the board changed in a moment.
I did think it was a 2. Yeah, there we go. 3-4.
You're good. Yep.
Colin on the back end. You're definitely picking that side, isn't he, John? He's just going up and down.
Yeah. Just he made his mind up. That's the way it's going to go, and he'll change if he really has to. But he looks to be quite comfortable there. Graham continuing to play that side. He settled into it too. He had a couple of sort of erratic bowls earlier, those first couple of ends, one in the ditch, one right on the lip of the ditch, but he gets a slap on the back from his number 2, Colin.
Good shot. Yeah, it's a lovely bowl.
Couple of pens and maybe a set of glasses in the blazer pocket.
Fantastic. It's a multi-use blazer, isn't it? You know, you can wear it to your formal occasions or obviously to the Scamper Champ bowls. Hold on to a pen.
And it's obvious that Alan Stewart, the skip, is quite happy to take some advice from these guys as well, even though they've all been playing bowls for a while. And when Colin stood on the mat, he was basically saying, I just got to beat that one, don't I? You know, sit on that white one. Yep, that's it. He's tightened this line a little bit. It might be just enough to take the jack, or is he going to kick under it?
Close.
Oh, no, he's got
close.
it. Yeah.
Oh, what a bowl.
Yeah, very good.
Beautiful stuff. So, big bowl here from John Walker. He looks like he's slightly on the wide side. He might get some late turn, but I don't think it's going to come. Oh, not to be. So, it's a really good shot there from Colin to tuck the jack around the corner on the crossover. Johnston Park are going to hold one.
He's giving Alan Stewart reason to have a grin as he goes down. He doesn't look like a skip who gets flustered at all. He's one of those who generates a lot of positiveness amongst his team. Between the 3 of them, the information coming from, it's good to hear from Steve Love too, from Johnson Park, responding to our call for information from any clubs when they know their players are going to be on the live stream. He just said they've got about 80 years playing experience between the three of them.
Goodness, that's not bad.
Yeah. I think it's 35 years each for the lead in this two, and 10 from, I don't know.
I wasn't going to try and figure out who had what, John. I was
No.
just going to leave that for the for the viewer. Here we go. Neil.
He'll look to sit this shot, won't he, or drag the jack. He's playing with nice weight. He's through that gap, is he? No. Wee collision, takes
beautiful.
it nicely.
He plays that shot so well.
Gosh, there's a lot of blue bowls around that, aren't there?
And you just think to yourself, oh, how can I get rid of the shot one? And Colin indicating that if he hits a cannon onto Colin's bowl onto the white bowl, perhaps that could be an option. And Alan's going to come and have a nosy for himself by the looks, John.
Yep, so I quite like that a player comes down and points to a bowl so that when you're viewing and say, oh, that was a lucky shot, at least he's taken that out of it, hasn't he? He said, I think that's what I want to hit. If I hit that, I'll go straight onto that white shot bowl. And he's got options too. If he's slightly wide, there's a flick off some of those shorter bowls, and, you know, just close your eyes, go for it.
I like that advice. It's great. So he's on his backhand by the look. So we'll just see what he's trying to do. Obviously, chances to remove the shot bowl. He doesn't like it out of his hand. He's looking to come in off that blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack, I think. But
which certainly gave him more options, I think, didn't it? There's two edges in that track if he didn't get through the track. Now we'll see what the master can do. Already having dragged the shot away from Johnson Park. In comes Neil Fisher's final bowl. Looks to be a bit weighted, but if he runs the jack, he won't mind. He doesn't. And so it's a single to a Browns Bay combination. They lead by 5-3. 5 ends gone.
And only 15 ends played in the triples, John, so it's a slightly shorter match than what we had seen in the pairs. It means the teams are well and truly get their ends finished within the time limit, and with 5 ends gone, they'll blink and they'll be more than halfway through this game.
So shortly we'll be showing you the ladder and the draw for, well, we had the women's, most of the qualifiers, well, we now know the qualifiers, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have a post-section draw for the
10
women's
10 or 12 qualifiers, I think, yeah. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, right, I've played 5 ends, 6 ends, I'm now, 5 ends, I'm now onto my song. Here we go.
Yep. And he won't be far away from that for the rest of the game, Colin Rogan. I don't think it was quite a toucher, which is a little bit unlucky because it must have frightened the check when it sat down, but not quite worth a bit of chalk. And Browns Bay Bowling Club, John, begun in 1943, just sort of in line with that second boom of bowling clubs in New Zealand. So they've been around for a little while and they've had some well-known names come through the doors. People like Eric Simmons, Tony Marinkovic, and then of course, your Colin Rogan and John Walker, who've been there for the last, I think, the best part of 2 decades, slightly more, winning bowling tournaments all around the country and at North Harbour itself.
If his weight's okay, that was a good line here from Robbo.
Yeah, good bowl, really.
Skip won't be unhappy with that. He gets some applause, and you know, so much more valuable there, particularly when you've got someone like Fisher who's already shown that he can just take the jack back up, you know, finely, can't he, a metre, half a metre. So being over there from Graham Robinson's a good spot.
Yeah, and this just makes it look more inviting. You see those two bowls of Johnston Parks, and that's what Alan's thinking. He's thinking, look, rest on those bowls. If you're narrow onto the jack, you're popping it back to our back bowls.
And that's a fact too, because those are the two shots anyway, so you're not going to make any change to the situation if you sit on those, and you might get a wee rub, and you might even get a rub on the inside and come in, not quite up there. Well, where did that one come from? Big wide arc coming in from the second rink.
John Walker on his backhand really wants one past the head. You can see Neil Fisher's indicated with his foot. That's where he wants this bowl to go. And he's not far away here. That's a lovely shot. Good bowl. I wonder if the cap that Colin's wearing came with the blazer, John, or if it was a separate timing. So we look at this bowl. He's not far away. Oh, good shot.
Oh, he's cut it down. So here we have the women's champion of champion triples, and those qualifiers games lost. So unbeaten, Queenstown and Picton. Picton club's going really well, isn't it? They won the pairs last week. Then you see, we saw Natasha Grimshaw and her team playing. They've got their 3 wins. North East Valley as well, South Canterbury and Bridge Park. Hinawera. Did I tell you that the...
I was just going to ask, did
team,
you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see they qualify?
They have, yes, they have. I see
well
that.
done.
So they lost their first game and then went on to win the 3 that was required. Palmerston North as well.
And we'll
so
come
that's
back
2
to
pages
that.
of qualifiers as we watch this end starting to terminate. First bowl from Alan Stewart. He knows what's required. He's got those 2 lead bowls just hanging there. Inside, that'll be pretty good, Alan. Oh, not quite, but still only 1 down.
Oh,
might even have the
done
shot.
enough.
Might even have 2.
That was a roller coaster of emotions, but a brilliant result from Alan. He's already played a couple of really good bowls in this match, and that was another one. 1 down, says John. Neil on the backhand.
Trying to
Lovely
ruin it.
delivery. I think he's close, John. Oh, he might duck at the end.
Oh, he'll get a wee slide off this.
Oh,
Oh.
exciting.
Still okay for, I think, for Stewart here. He can play that same shot on the forehand.
Yeah, Colin just having a good look at this.
Yeah.
Those balls are slightly short, aren't they? Are those balls slightly short? What do you prefer, mate?
Alan on his backhand. Looking to make a bonus happen here. This is really close, John.
Turn. It is turning. And he sat it. Oh, yes,
What a
that'll do him,
ball.
I think. Yep.
Absolutely magnificent skipping there. That is as good as that's as good as it gets. How good was that? Oh, and here's the end, John, of the Women's Championship triples results.
Yeah, no, I just asked them to show it again, just in case people didn't realise that the Raumati... Timmy got through. Here we go. 2 losses to those teams there means that they don't get through. Te Karaka, Plymonton, Hallsville, Jury Hill, down to Matua, and then Meadowbank, Balclutha and Waikiwi. So that's all the table for the teams that have competed. And this now is the draw for post-section play. Now, we haven't yet determined which teams will feature in the coverage tomorrow, but we'll be probably getting it up at about 9:30 tonight. So just keep checking on the Bowls New Zealand, on the Bowls Hub. So we see Raumati versus Hinawera, Kia Toa Hawke's Bay playing Bridge Park. Oh, so actually that's the draw going well there. So Thames Coast against Picton, then Palmerston North against Kia Toa South Canterbury, North East Valley against Queenstown. That's the first round of post-section in the Women's Champion of Champion Triples, supported as always by Somerset. 5-all the score here.
That was fantastic. Some fantastic matchups in that women's post-section. Look at that from Colin Rogan.
Yeah.
Got a little wick and sat there for a front toucher.
Well, his first one on the previous end, we heard Neil Fisher say, you know, about half an inch from being a toucher. Not bad line. And a good home too.
Good communication, isn't it, John, between that team of Colin, Neil and John?
Yep. So this is getting Rogan on the other hand. He had started off, as we discussed, playing that ditch side, both ways. But you don't know why, because he puts in a stunner like this for second shot. So he's holding two. Yep. Probably holding two. Or that. Yeah, it is two.
he forgot his tool was left-handed. Asking for some weight. Too narrow, he says. Do you think he'll be asked to go again?
Or yeah, I think so.
Something else.
Yeah. Well, it depends what happens with this. Where's this gone? Can't even see it. Get out of the road, Neil, would you? Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for hearing. Okay, so aware that probably Stewart will call for the same sort of shot. Change your hands.
Interesting.
Looks better. Looks better. Pop it back to your own bowl.
Oh. I wouldn't have been able to tell you there was a gap there, John. That was staggering.
And he only needed to get the edge, and it would have moved that jack probably far enough to give him the shot. He stands there, hands on hips, and grinning, but grinning really with exasperation. It's a pretty good effort. They're still two down. Or Browns Bay, from their positive point of view, they're holding two, and they're covering the back again. Saw two very good shots from Alan Stewart, the skip of Johnson Park in the last end, where they picked up two. So it's 5-all. Very tense match this. Both of them have had a win and a loss.
Alan Stewart on the back end. Was a member, John, of a Andrew Kelly quartet in 2006, a teenage team that lost the New Zealand Fours final, so been around for a while, is willing up to hold. And Colin running in to catch a ball that went flying across onto this rink from to the left, which is a fair effort.
Yeah, well, it wasn't when Andrew Kelly was skipping that team. That would have been a formidable combination. He's gone from strength to strength, hasn't he? And really seems to have hit his peak, hasn't he? Or not? It might not be his peak, but he certainly got up there to make sure that the national selectors don't ignore him.
Absolutely, very impressive bowler Andrew Kelly. As we see, look at that, 3 bowls within. That'll be within a foot of the jack there. That's pretty impressive stuff.
And those 2 white balls at the back go to play on. And look at this. This wasn't a mile away, was it? Flick there would have done it, but not quite there. And Fisher puts in another one. So what does he play here? Does he go hard at it, try and kill it? Or he's still got that same sort of shot, I suppose, if he wants to be positive. And
he's going fast.
Like a
this is going to be a quick. Yep. It's going to be quick. I've been warned this is not a slow bowl. Goodness gracious.
Wow. What a shot. Well,
that was really cool.
Not slow.
That was really good. What a shot.
Just that sort of shot that will get new people to bowls, isn't it? I saw this guy have what did you call it, a drive? Wow, I want to play bowls if you can do that.
Let's watch this replay. Look at his arm all the way back. That is absolutely magnificent. Great shot, yeah. Good bowl. Good bowl, and I believe that the replay was in slow-mo, John, and it still looked pretty quick to me, so that's fantastic stuff. Great shot, Alan Stewart. What a shot to have in your locker, eh? That's fantastic.
And a great shot to be able to pull out accurately when you're 3 down. So they go back to 5 all now, playing the 7th end. Graham Robinson gets the first bowl, and of course the Jack and Matt placement by virtue of the fact that they scored a 2 on the last completed end. Well, there we are.
Brilliant start, inspired by a skip. It's interesting, isn't it, John, both how often your team responds to a really good bowl like that with a good end, and also when you have someone who's got a really good drive shot. Alan will be chuffed he's hit his first one, because usually if you hit your first one plumb like that, that's a very good sign for the rest of the game, and it gives you a bit of confidence going forward that if there's a target to hit, well, you go, well, I know I can hit this, and I will.
Yep, you can run right through the team, just get that bit of a lift from one shot.
It's Colin Rogan on his forehand. It's a very it's a vibrant club shirt, isn't it, from Browns Bay? You'd notice it from a distance. Good to see different club shirts around the place now. They seem to be, over the last 3 or 4 seasons, John, I've noticed that club shirts seem to be going through a revival's not the word I'm looking for, but there seems to be lots of different club shirts sort of coming out about now, doesn't there?
Oh, yeah, and I'm just looking over there. See the man sitting down by the scoreboard to the right? That's the Kia Toa of South Canterbury colours, and that man is Leo Leonard. And Leo Leonard, for motor racing fans, was a huge name in that sport for a long time. And he was when I was living in South Canterbury, he was a very good rugby player as well. So an all-round sports person. He's been playing bowls for a long time. He's won a lot of titles. So he's that shirt there with the sort of red and yellow and black. He's with Sean O'Neill, who's won a national title, and Gareth Burgess. And they're up against Awamoa. It's Bob Wilson, Peter Bell, and Dylan Edwards. And I think that Kia Toa team looks as though it's leading by 12 to something. So yeah, just even those shirts, you know, you could say, oh, they look like they could be a tyre company, but still distinctive, eh?
Yeah, it's good to have a distinctive shirt. I know the Point Chef shirt has a pirate ship on it, and it took me maybe
Oh
6 years to realise that it also has a sword. I just thought it was like
yeah.
a diagonal panel across the shirt, and then I looked at it one day and went, oh, that's a sword. That makes sense. But you can see sort of there's different shirts around the place. Didn't your club, you had new shirts in the not too distant past, didn't you, John?
Yeah, we did, but we didn't go for anything sort of with big design on it. I mean, it doesn't mean we won't in the future, but we just changed colours and had, you know, blue and white and different shades of blue. A neighbouring club, Paikakariki, which are here in the men's combination, have got a magnificent fern right through their black and green, the Paikakariki club, and you see, you know, I just love it. And we've got a club in the Kapiti. People are getting sick of me talking about Kapiti, but there's two clubs, Waikanai and Waikanai Beach, who have just amalgamated, Alex. So Waikanai had two artificial greens, or have, and Waikanai Beach have a live green. So they've decided to amalgamate. So I'm very keen. They just tabled their new shirts to their board a couple of days ago. So everyone's anxious to see how smart those are, because they'll be totally new and totally different to what's already there. And the design, you know, availability of different designs is just fantastic. It's putting a couple there, do you think?
Yeah, I think at least two and a half there. It's been a really good battle. These two skips are both playing very good bowls. As we see Neil Fisher on his forehand side. This is the shot that he loves, this weight.
Yeah, resting.
Not quite. We got two, he says.
Nothing fancy, just draw another one. And knowing, of course, that a man standing behind you, playing soccer with his bowl at the moment, will be dangerous with whatever he puts up here. Well, this looks good, doesn't he? Might you just tuck the jack out of sight, will he?
Oh, good shot.
Right.
Good shot, regardless.
Okay. Yep. So that's three. So we've got the roles reversed here from the previous end, haven't we? When Stewart killed, we was 3 down. They were packed. They were tight. This here for Fisher, he's got bowls to sit on. Just needs to reach up to the jack, sit that shot. Was that him saying no?
Well, he was either saying no or yes. He could be close. Let's watch this bowl. Is he going to land it square? Got it square. That is absolutely top-notch stuff. That's as good as you'll see. This has been such a good game, John.
Yep. Classy stuff. So from 3 down when he was stood on the mat, he just plays the perfect weight. Nothing angry about that. Sat the shot. Stayed there for 1.
Absolutely lovely.
And it's really a good lesson for new bowlers, I think, that sort of shot from Fisher. Looking at it, 3 down, there'd be the inclination from some people to say, yeah, have a go at that, you know, need to play with weight, get rid of it. But instead, it was just a matter of reaching it and turning it over, wasn't it, for shot?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And if you watch Neil play, he's so good at making his collision bowl do the work, and it ends up counting at the end. He's very good at just punching through a bowl and sitting there for 1 or 2. Very good at trailing the jack around corners. That lovely weight control, and I think it's just he trusts himself, I think, to take the right green, John, the right line through to the head, and impressive. Enjoyable to watch, really.
So this triple from Johnson Park were also 3 of the team which won the club 4s, so they played together a lot. They really obviously complement each other. You can tell by their demeanour. I think there'll be a few laughs after play somehow.
I think that's a fair bet. And Colin Rogan on his backhand again. Settling into his work nicely. Just short of a gallop there. Yeah, see the slap of the hand on the thigh. About as frustrated as you'll see Colin Rogan get, really doesn't give much away.
It is a good track. If he's going to sit on that shot bowl, he'll be happy. I'm just going to slip past. Still good position.
Really good communication here. John Walker just been asked to play on his forehand. Not going to be a million miles away, John.
No, he's going to knock that up and give himself 3.
Good job. This Colin Comerford, he won the Taranaki Champion of Champions Peers in 1996, apparently, John, so been around for a while. Formerly of Stratford, which is a lovely little town. So, we'll just watch this bowl.
Yes, it is. Great place. We stayed there on holiday 2 or 3 years ago, and we were meant to play when the Nationals were there, and they were cancelled because of COVID. Our first round game was going to be at the Stratford Bowling Club.
Yeah, that's a lovely
Looking
bowling
forward to
club.
playing there.
Yeah, lovely town. They've got a glockenspiel, John, and there's something interesting about it, but I can't remember what it is. I know they've got a glockenspiel, and maybe a very old movie theatre might be the other interesting thing about Stratford. I'm sure someone will tell me, but yeah, they've got a very old theatre and a glockenspiel is all I know, and it's a lovely little place to go to.
Became famous with Mark Bull Allen, All Black, came from Stratford. Yeah, and they've also got quite an impressive war memorial or war museum there. Gee, I'm testing my memory too. But also a great track from there up to a viewing platform for Mount Taranaki.
Oh, fantastic. Colin, he's
Ooh.
close. He's close. How's he managed that? That's unlucky. That was a good bowl.
Well, it's a bit of a test here for Alan Stewart again. Yeah, exactly.
Everything was perfect until it wasn't there from Colin. You can see just a little shake of the head. He was looking for an inside out off the white, but missed it by an inch and somehow managed to fold his own bowl out and then carry on. And now they're 2 down.
I was just looking at Neil Fisher as he walked back into the camera. You could almost see the cogs rotating. He'd been down there and he just said to himself, right, I'm just going to play the forehand and I just need to be past that and we'll have 4 shots. And he's then going to have to play a really outstanding shot to beat that. So here we go.
Yep, I think that's a good insight into what Neil Fisher was thinking.
No, I think he was thinking, I need to put one over the back in case this young guy here rips the jack. So viewing it here, though, you see, if that jack was to go to the left there, that's all Johnson Park bowls. So, indeed, that bowl by Fisher was probably quite a handy bowl. If he plays the forehand.
Very focused, isn't he, on his forehand side? What weight's going to come out of his hand here? Just that reaching weight. It's a lovely delivery that Alan Stewart has.
And the follow through. Look at this. Oh, gosh, he's just going to miss it, is he? Or is he going to pull it back? Is he going to pull it back? Not quite. But I think, too, that's what Fisher looked at, Alex. Going down, as we often say about skips, what will my opponent play? and I want to make sure that he can't play it successfully. So he's covered that area now, and now this time we might just see another draw going on to the backhand. Put another one in this little gap here. Yeah.
Yeah, I can just see Colin, John Walker's
foot. Yeah, put one here.
To his foot.
Yeah.
That's just in case the jack goes to that in that 4 o'clock direction, I suppose. So it means that Alan will have to play with better weight control. As you can see, Alan's first bowl's to the left of your screen, to the left of where Neil's bowl finished. So if Alan played that weight again, that would be not good. So he'll either go more weight or less weight. I'm a bit concerned that they've had players stand up on the ditch. That often means someone's going to hit it, but maybe they're just getting out of the camera's way, John.
Well, what do you do here? I mean, it's I'd say he's 3 down, is he?
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's not. Can't afford to be
close.
too heavy. He's got to be in the count.
He's close.
My word, this is great. This is a great bowl. This is a great bowl.
How good? Doff my cap, eh? That's fantastic stuff. That's
so
as
the
good as a
last
bowl.
2 ends, we've seen the final bowl of the end just snatch the shot. Once from Neil Fisher and once from Alan Stewart. Great stuff. 6 all.
I think we talked about hearing the cheering from the Johnston Park Club. I could hear it then, John. That shot, absolutely exceptional stuff.
Yep.
First bowl. Oh, not as close as he would have liked it to be. As we see. Oh, it's a loose start from these leads compared to what they have played.
Yeah, yep. Oh, I've just had a message through from the Johnson Park Bowling Club on their Facebook page. Alex, you might have seen it too, showing us the nibbles that are on as they watch
it's cruel,
this.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that a cruel thing to do to a commentary team, is to show them food that we can't eat?
Yeah.
But I'm glad they're enjoying themselves. That's what it's all about, I suppose.
Playing the 9th end of 15. Robbo's just been a wee bit scratchy coming this way this time, and Colin is right on the money.
Yeah, good bowl there. Lovely correction. Means Colin's on his backhand side. I've always thought it'd be
he's
interesting
searching for it too.
Yeah, he is. That weight. As long as it stops, it's okay. It just makes the reward better if you do get it there. I think it would be interesting, John. I reckon a photograph book of people watching their bowls, I think that'd be quite funny.
Yeah.
See some weird and wonderful stances.
and certainly when you see Colin, there's quite a dance to the right when he's playing on that backhand, his backhand. Watch this. We dance off the mat. Let's see.
And take a picture just there.
Yeah.
Like, I think that would be the agony of lawn bowls.
Oh,
good
very
shot.
good. Yeah, it was always a bit narrow, and he knew that, but his weight was so good. So at least he's got a shot on the head, which the team didn't have until then.
John Walker was narrow with his first one, and he's made a correction here, but I'm not sure how far this bowl's going to come back in. Neil,
Well, it's
not
gonna-
sure either.
Neil's
Willing
going
on.
to. Well, no, I thought he was going to have to shift his foot, but he was a metre short, shorter than what he really wanted. And they have a quick chat. Walker listens to Fisher. Knows exactly what he'd like to play. Well, this looks to be ready-made for Stewart. He's already shown us that he can play these shots superbly. Just to sit on the shot bowl.
It's been very impressive.
Fisher
in this
looks
game.
down. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good.
And again.
Might even tickle a jack. Yeah.
And again,
There we go.
look at this.
Jack. Great. Very good from Alan Stewart.
He's feeling it. Don't really have any other words, John. It's just fantastic stuff.
I think the Champion of Champions is, I think, magical for this sort of thing. As you said, you knew that Alan Stewart had played with Kelly and so on, but most people here might not have seen him. Those in the Johnson Park area would have, but we're seeing sort of class that's around a lot of the clubs. We know what Neil Fisher's like, and he's shown it again.
Yeah, lots of depth around. And it's just an opportunity to get showcased. And Alan Stewart's got a bowl and jack target here on his forehand. You would not back him to miss this one. He's been playing so well in this game. On the probe.
Not a mile away again. Not a mile away.
Just a smidgen. Oh.
Well, they're allowed to miss once.
Yeah. It's unbelievable, isn't it, how you can find gaps in this sport. Just bowl-sized gaps that you wouldn't think would be there until you actually find them.
Yep, as you often hear, holes for bowls, and often it is just a bowl wide, and you can find those when you don't want to. Here comes Fisher looking to make it 2 on this end. It's 6-all at the moment. This very tight match between Johnson Park and Browns Bay. And the mat is taken out by Colin Rogan. He'll drop it down where he wants it and send the jack up, and we'll be into then end number 10. 7-6, Browns Bay, North Harbour leading Johnson Park, Manawatu.
Very, very deliberate bowler, isn't he, Colin Rogan? Makes sure everything is right.
Putting the jack down to the 2 metre.
Colin in the background just returning from wherever he went. Oh, this Colin here delivers his bowl. Just reading up on some history, John. The Johnston Park Bowling Club can trace itself back to 1895. There was a fielding lawn bowling club started in South Street, and then in 1928 there was a breakaway group formed, a club at Derby Street, and then they merged back together in 2005 to form the Johnston Park Bowls. And there's been some different, as we see, I'm not sure if that was intentional, but the jack's just about ended up in the ditch. So the story of Johnston Park Bowling Club sort of split apart and came back together, and they've been Johnston Park since 2005. 2 greens, 1 turf, and one artificial.
What year? 18 what?
95. So
wow.
It's one of the earlier clubs. I know the Ponsonby Bowling Club in Auckland, which is the second oldest bowling club in Auckland, was 1893. So certainly been around, to trace their roots back almost all the way.
Now, this is a test for Rogan, which he'll love. I've got to go wider and I've got to go longer, and if it comes in from out there, it'll do well. That's that real ditch. It's almost right out to the ditch. Has it come in?
Yeah, there we are. That's a great camera angle.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you'd think that Graham will play the same hand he did to get the jack there, as he has, yeah. So just play the same shot. There's no jack there, but you know the weight. So that's it. That's good. Yeah,
rinse and
just
repeat,
come
eh?
that hand. Yeah, yeah.
That's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
I love bowls. How good. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a stroke of
Yeah,
genius from the lead, isn't it? Oh, we won't play to the jack in normal space. I'll move it.
Well, what happens, of course, in this case, when you're a lead and the skip says, "Well, what made you do that?" "Oh, I thought you called for that shot. Sorry." Interesting now, eh? So they've got a couple of shots. Up comes Colin the 2 for Johnson Park. They're looking to search ditch weight. This is where they're practicing those ditch weight shots. Comes in handy. Here's another one for them.
You only just fell off.
So Neil Fisher then said, if you didn't hear, he said, you only just fell off. So that's a euphemism for saying don't take too much weight off your bowl.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't overcorrect is essentially what he was telling John Walker. Still be confident with your bowl, and he has been. That's a really good shot.
Yep, it is. Still there on that same hand, though, for Colin Comerford. The delightful sound of the bowl bouncing.
I don't find it delightful when I'm playing, John.
No.
How dare you bounce?
Whoa.
Lots of seconds.
Right, now the skips. Yeah, what will they... That's this is reminiscent of that extra end, isn't it? Last week in the pairs when Neil Fisher had to draw to about that situation to win the match against North East Valley and was agonisingly close. But plenty of room there, it says, if he wants to play on that forehand side. Not so much room, but I think he will. Looks like the safe, easier hand, doesn't it? Play the forehand.
And you'd think you wouldn't be able to help but think of that end if you were Neil Fisher. Certainly.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that long ago. It was just a week ago that he hit a bowl to about that space to win a national title. So surely it would be crossing his mind here as he just decides, what hand am I going to play it on?
I think he'll...
He's on the forehand.
Yeah.
It looked like he played it with a bit of confidence, but it is a very long end, so that might just be the delivery required to get there. Now he's reaching through this, John. Backing not to get
unlucky. Take out his own.
That bowl out. Oh. Confident bowl, wasn't it?
Well, again, at that pace, he hits a shot bowl, stays there. He's got a couple.
Yeah, and if he was underneath it, he would have got Jack into the ditch. I think. I think we're going to see Alan try and remove the white bowl of John Walker's, and sit for a bundle here.
Yeah.
I think he wants to put Neil under that sort of pressure. Let's see.
I know.
Oh, just over on his mat.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the weight, wasn't he? He was trying to get around that short bowl and sit through the weight.
Should I just be drawing more? Should I? Well, I don't know what you're trying to do then, but yeah, trying to dip the jack into the ditch. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you're not on your head.
That was an interesting exchange, wasn't it, John?
Yes.
So Neil said, should I just be drawing this time? And John Walker said, I don't know what you were trying to do then. And Neil said, well, I was trying to put the jack in the ditch.
Yeah. He said, no, just draw another one, put one in there. And he hasn't, but he might be in the road, is he? No. So now Alan Stewart playing that same shot. He connects one of his own. It pushes it up, takes the jack, stays with it, gets another 2. You know, this could be a big end for them here. Gets rid of that shot ball, the white ball, I mean, in particular. He's gone a bit wider. That's good.
Needs it to let go. It's diving now. Oh, but slightly too late. So
we're back to level pegging. One to them. It's 7-all. That's Johnson Park against Browns Bay. We're back to where we started. Neither team able to get any sizable advantage. Both teams at one stage holding 3 on ends with just 1 shot to play, and they both then conceded that end. So it's been tight and very interesting. Alan Stewart, Colin Comerford and Graham Robinson, the lead for Johnson Park, and Neil Fisher, John Walker and Colin Rogan. This here is Robinson.
On his backhand side, the man who trailed the jack a little way back on the previous end. It's fascinating, this Browns Bay team, John and Colin, in the North Harbour, the Bowls North Harbour have a Men's Player of the Year award for points awarded for placings in centre and national championships. The winner of that was Neil Fisher, runner-up was John Walker, and third was Colin Rogan. That would indicate they're not a bad little triples team.
Not bad. Robbo, he's a builder. He's been at Johnson Park for about 10 years.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, remember going the other way, he ran the jack into the ditch. This time, he's managed to get one within half a metre. That's good.
Colin on his forehand again. Beautiful line. That's a great shot, isn't it? Very good correction.
Yeah. So Comerford, left-hander, playing his forehand down here. Does the wee dance across to check it. Looks quite happy with this.
He does.
He's going to turn in.
That's a good bowl. Well, legitimately, yeah. I think it would make a nice, like a coffee table photography book of the agony of bowls, and you just get pictures of people watching their bowl go up the rink in all the different ways.
Yep.
I think it'd be, someone should do that. I won't, but someone should. Someone should. I think it would be a cool little compilation. See John Walker on his forehand. So he looks quite calm watching this bowl, so he wouldn't take a picture of John.
No,
it's just,
he's pathetic, really, isn't he? I mean, no histrionics at all.
It's an exaggeration. So it looks like still 1 to the white bowl at 11 o'clock there.
And that could change with this bowl and be 3 to the blue disc bowls.
Steering his bowl down. Look at this. Look at this. Sits down. Any move. Oh, that deserved better, but it's still a good shot. It's good. John Walker just showing his experience there. Something distracted him, so he's hopping off the mat and then back on. How's the weight?
That's the only question here, isn't it?
Go, he says. That's a lovely bowl. Great shot. Very high quality game.
Yeah, it is. So I think we'll see Stewart come down that same hand. That the good bowl for Johnson Park really is Graham Robinson's one, which is a metre over, isn't it? That's a really handy bowl there.
Mm. On the forehand, lovely delivery.
Pop that
He's
jack.
close.
That's a couple, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh, wow.
goodness gracious me. That's a fantastic effort. He couldn't have done much more, John. That was within an eighth of a
Oh,
ball.
no. It's great, backing themselves, these two, Fisher and Stewart, backing themselves all the way with their weight control in particular, aren't they? They're not, slightly overweighted, can turn against them, but they're playing with such confidence with their weight.
Now, what does he do now? That's the question. Oh, Colin just having a chat to the lead.
Yeah, does he change hands here and sit his own onto the white, which will in turn move the jack, or is that last
maybe.
bowl of Fisher's got in the road?
It looked like they've got a plan anyway.
Yeah. There he goes. He's looking for that. He knows with just a half an inch of weight, he could just disturb the jack.
Well,
Oh, he has. He has.
oh, he had a bit of a pinball.
Has it gone? Has he gone his way or not? And I think, yeah, yeah, there we are. See, Comerford shaking hands, high to medium fives. That'd be good to see. I mean, just as an example of how these bowlers are thinking, what he had to do. His previous bowl, he almost drew it dead, tucking the jack around the corner. With that one, he had to put on a slight amount more weight to push the white bowl, or push his own bowl onto that white bowl. And look what it did. It popped the jack back. It could have gone any way, I suppose, but he played it with such confidence.
He would have hit. He hit the target he was going for, and got a good result. But it's not like it's a poorly played bowl, so you can't be too upset about that. It was a well played shot, and we see Neil Fisher here on his backhand.
Bit of weight.
A lot of weight here, and off anything. Oh, just about, but not quite. So we're going to see one to Johnston Park now. John, you mentioned earlier that at Johnston Park there is a spread of food, and I believe we have some footage of the food so that we can make not only us jealous. There we go. Look at that from Johnston Park, but also all of those watching. They've done what a magnificent job they've done there. When will it end is the question. It's a great show. Fantastic stuff.
I've got to say, I think that was a before video. I think right now, with the people we know at Johnston Park who enjoy munching, there's probably little left.
I suspect that's not quite.
That's not bad though, is it?
Looks like now. But a great effort, and what an idea for a bowling club to have. I think I mentioned it on the previous game, but we are going to endeavour, as we go on with this broadcast journey, to publish our schedules as early as we can so that clubs know when their teams are going to be on. And I think a wonderful idea to get a get-together going at the club, some food and something to drink, and watch your teams, cheer your teams on, and of course please share any trivia that you have with them with us, the commentary team, and then we can mention it on the stream.
We do censor it, of course.
Yeah. It's not going to go straight on.
I've already had some bits of trivia which should probably stay in house.
There you go. We'll keep that for the alternative commentary.
Yes. Top bowls here. Oh, not quite. So, both matching each other for weight here. That's Graham Robinson and Colin Rogan. Rogan with, well, the entire Browns Bay club with the white bowls.
As long as it stops, it's a good bowl. Slightly overplayed that one.
It's a long tournament. It's 3 days of intense competition, isn't it? Even though the teams have a bye, you don't really relax. And when you're playing, you're constantly thinking. So it's mentally tough, particularly on the skips. I know the players have said over, the champion of champions last year and this year, chatting to players, have said, gosh, you get home and you're absolutely exhausted.
It's not a game that you necessarily associate with being exhausted at the end of, but certainly it's a mentally taxing sport, and if you're asked to play 2 or 3 days worth, it does knock you for a 6 sometimes, John. You finish it and you think, whoa, I really need a bit of a kip and sort of recover that. Colin there, just under the line.
Good positive words from Stuart, the skip of Johnson Park, even though Comerford was very narrow, just lost his line altogether. It was just that, no, your weight was good. Oh, there it goes again.
Fantastic. There you go, on the forehand from Colin.
Yeah,
he might still be tight.
If it holds up, though, it's not bad, is it?
Oh, just about. It was close to good. It's rain away.
Raking 2. Oh, in the ditch. Wow, now. So suddenly it's 4 bowls, 4 white bowls and only 2 black bowls.
See in the background frustration. Isn't it bizarre, John? We've had such a high-quality game, and the heads have been, you could just about put a medium-sized tea towel over them, and then we've come to this end, and for whatever reason, the players just seem to be, they've just taken an end off, aren't they? They're just going, another bowl into the ditch.
Another one, yeah. Yeah. So it's just 3 versus 2.
Yeah, if it was outside, I'd say the wind has changed, but it's not outside, so I'm not sure why this has happened, but it's a funny sport sometimes, isn't it, how this can just develop.
And then you've played your first bowl and you think that's the weight, and you end up 2 metres short, as we saw with the Leeds with their first ones. And then you add what you think is 2 metres, but in fact it's 4 and you're in the ditch. I don't think we'll see much problem with this man, though. His weight control has been superb.
Oh, fantastic stuff from Alan Stewart. You wouldn't have just put a commentator's curse on him, would you, John?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's good then. No, nearly the shot. If it's the shot, I'll let them get away with it.
But again, weight, eh? Weight, perfect.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. As you can see, it is the perfect weight at that 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
3 o'clock mark.
So this will probably be
agonising, isn't it?
Wow, yeah. So they're all, what is that, 1.5 meters short?
Well, yeah, I'd say so. Like you put a bowls mat down, and then a bit again.
He's got one. So that blue one. Yeah.
Well called, John.
So that then shows how short the other ones are, doesn't it, when you look at that shot bowl?
A considerable distance. As Alan switches to the forehand.
Yep. Yeah. What a shot. 3.
3, must be 3.
Yeah.
On a normal day, on a normal end, Neil Fisher would just draw this. It'll look so easy from the player's end.
Yeah.
I think, oh, we've got so much room here. Oh, he needs the jack. He needs the jack. He needs the jack.
He's got it.
He got the jack. That'll do just
So
fine.
1. So these last bowls are killing the teams, aren't they? 8-all now it is. So we've gone from, let's have a look, we were 5-all after 6, we were 6-all after 8, we were 7-all after 10, we're 8-all after 12.
Fantastic. What a game of bowls this has been. And we're on the 13th end. I don't want it to finish, John, and there's only 2 ends to go after this. It feels like it could go forever.
So we're back down, well, it's a bit shorter end this time, and the jack has been thrown up by Colin Rogan. So the next game we're seeing in round 5 features Arapahoe and bowls Mount Maunganui.
Yes, looking forward to that one. It should be a good matchup, I think, John.
Oh, well,
As we see this bowl. It's drawing the shot. What were they called? The Mount Maunganui team that bowled 3-5. They had an unusual
Megalodons, weren't they?
Yeah.
The Megalodons, yeah.
Megalodons. Strange.
I must admit, I had to go searching for the Arapahoe, and I'm just hoping someone will correct us on the pronunciation of that. It's just south of Dargaville, so I've been through it. Possibly had a pie there. And so that'll be the Northland representatives. And that's a big effort, isn't it? Coming from way up there down to Dunedin.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, it's one of those, I love this National Champion of Champions series that we have because, as you said, John, you just get such a mix of players and they're all talented. You know, you to win a Centre Champion of Champions title, regardless of where you are, is an effort. But we have some players that, for whatever reason, don't attend open national competitions, and we don't get to see them much outside of their centre. So it's really cool. They all get to play in these things, and some new stars are born sometimes, I feel. Good bowl.
Bit of driving going on the next rink. Couldn't quite see the scoreboard for them. I know there's a few bowlers around from those 2 areas, just craning their necks to see, but right through the rinks, everyone wants to know, how's my team doing? And here we see again Rogan with the 2 shots, so he's just having the measure of Graham Robinson, but it's at the other end that the real contest is, and in the middle too. Both John Walker and Colin Comerford have put up some remarkable shots.
Yeah, it's been a very enjoyable game to watch. Lots of effective bowls, and the skips in particular, both playing out of their trees, really. Alan's just gone, look, either, you pick it. He's decided his backhand side's the way to go. I enjoy how he watches his bowl, Colin, as we watch this one. Turn, he says. Might just be sneaking past, I feel. Slightly out of the count. The line doesn't look too bad, John.
No, could knock something up here.
Oh, good effort.
Not much correction needed for the Johnson Park number 2.
Steering it down.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Going to come inside that white.
It's not far
Sit
away.
on it. Oh,
Oh, goodness gracious. great effort. Alan Stewart just looking at the head. Interesting.
He's
So
gone.
8 apiece.
He's gone down to the mat a few times, hasn't he? Sort of with a fair bit of pressure on. And his front end are doing okay, but sometimes it's looked like this, where you see 2 or 3 opposition bowls there, and he's really had to play some blinders.
Absolutely
He's
exceptional
comfortable with it.
stuff. So, Neil Fisher now. Trying to make it 3. Not quite.
He'll be disappointed with that too, because it was a chance to really build a big number there.
Chasing this one
I think
up
he
as
likes
Alan.
this. I think he likes it.
Good bowl. Lovely
Okay.
bowl.
Yeah. Cut it down to 1.
How's the weight here, John? Oh, what a shot.
Yeah.
That's good
But
stuff.
it's given Stewart something to sit on, though, hasn't it? I think
Yeah, something to
he
rest on
plays
there.
that same shot again. He'll rest on that. So just reminding you of the women's post-section draw. It's Raumati playing Hinuera, Hawke's Bay Kiatoa playing Bridge Park Bowling Club. No, that's wrong. You got it totally wrong, John. I thought I had the draw up on my phone, but I didn't. Hang on, I might find it now. Oh, there it goes, good. It is, yeah. So Raumati playing Hinuera, Hawke's Bay. Oh, there he's played it too. Yeah, and Fisher will be really annoyed with himself. He pretty much handed that to him. When you see Stewart in this sort of form, he knew what he was capable of, and he would have just wanted to be tucked around behind the jack, but all he gave was that lovely shot for Johnson Park. So we go from 8-all to 9-8, and we're into the 14th of 15 ends. Nip and tuck.
Fantastic shot. But I think player of the match for me would be Alan Stewart. He's played some just beautiful bowls.
Yeah.
Going well.
That's good stuff. That's a good first bowl.
Yep. Just what he asked for.
So penultimate end. I feel like we haven't actually been... It's bizarre. I don't feel like this game's been going that long. John, that's how enthralling it's been. I feel like we're just still getting into it, but we're on the penultimate end. There's only 1 to go after this, and 1 the difference. Browns Bay trailing by 1.
Let's see, it looks like some of those other games have finished. It was Awamoa and Kiatoa. That game has finished. So just remember to check on that Bowls New Zealand website. And what'll hit you in the face is Champion of Champions, a big sort of a bowl there. Click on that and you can go in and sort out the results. That's his 2 best of any one end for Graham Robinson, and he's brought them in at a pressure time when his skip, who was under pressure with the last end, had nothing really there, had to play a blinder, did so, but now as a skip, Alan Stewart's thinking, oh, this is setting up better for me here.
Collins short with both of his bowls. So the end setting up well for Johnston Park so far.
Well, this is where Colin needs to be really accurate, doesn't he? Can't afford to be narrow. His skipper's asked him to go round the back, but if he's narrow, he could knock up that wing bowl, and he is going to be fortunately short.
Let's go, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, reaching through, I think that's the right call here from Neil Fisher. Got options everywhere. Be looking to be at least a metre past, so if he misses the hit, he's got a back bolt. Just taking his time.
I think he gets a bit distracted with any chatter going on behind him. You saw there Colin Rogan just holding his finger up and asking the other Colin to just be quiet for a moment.
Yeah, that's a beautiful bowl there from John, because he's missed the main head, but he's still stopped past the head, so he's improved the reward if they're able to follow through with the shot.
I think there you might have noticed too that Colin Comerford looked like he just apologised to John Walker. That was my take on it. This is a better bowl from the Johnston Park number 2.
That's good sportsmanship there, isn't it, John?
Yeah. And sometimes you don't realise how loud you're talking, especially if you haven't got your hearing aids in.
Eh?
Here we go.
We see this
short. Yeah, he's trying to nudge those, either nudge the whites up or sit on those 2 black bowls, which are looking a bit fragile, aren't they? They've got 2 shots.
They are. That's 2 lovely bowls there from John Walker. I think it's pretty clear for Neil Fisher that he can be reaching through with his 2 bowls. And the rewards there, those 2 bowls at 12 o'clock, give him a little bit of breathing space for what weight he wants to use. It is the second to last in, remember, so it'd be nice for Browns Bay. If they score, they'd want to score. Well, they just want to score, really. They're trailing by 1. So either drop a 1 for have last bowl, last end, or see what you can manage. But I expect to see aggression here, John.
I think he was just wanting to be a metre on from there.
Not mucking around, Neil Fisher.
No. Looking to hit a white one up or anything really will give him a result.
Close.
He's going to miss the jack. Oh,
Yeah,
he
good
gets
bowl.
the jack. And that's where Alan Stewart wanted to be with his previous bowl. The jack's gone back about half a metre, and that's where he wanted to be with this previous one. Here he goes now.
It's a sick feeling sometimes as a skip, John, because you know you've missed putting a bowl where
Yes.
it should be, and then the opposition goes and plays the shot perfectly, and you think, oh, really? That's a shame.
Going for the shot. Going for the shot. Oh, oh gosh. So still 1.
How many's that bowl worth, John?
Well,
That's what John Walker
he can
just
just
said.
yeah, that or again the jack, slight movement there, 3, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You'd feel like it's an opportunity that they wouldn't want to give away, this Browns Bay team. So in a world where it goes badly, they just drop 1 point, so you'd be 2 down last in, last bowl. So getting a 2 on the last in, last bowl is pretty doable. And if it goes well, you're going to be 2 or 3 up last end when the opposition has last bowl. So that's what they're weighing here. That's part of the decision making. We'll find out soon enough what they've decided, I suppose.
So Fisher's been down to have a look. I don't think he asked anyone, he just wanted to see. what was on for him, the weight he needs to play. If he's in the zone, he could benefit tremendously from this shot. Tickle that jack, he's got 3. Even sit the, he's not going to be up, I don't think, is he?
Need that to run.
Oh no, he's
Well,
good.
he's made
That's
it
a couple. Yeah.
That's pretty classy from Neil Fisher. And remembering that we can't have draws in this event, John, I would not be surprised at all if we actually see 2 more ends here. That's how good this game has been.
Yeah, it has. Well, let's go back and just reminding you, 5 all after 6, 6 all after 8, 7 all after 10, 8 all after 12, and now 10-9. So, you know, it could well be 10 all.
There we go. So,
What's the time limit on these? Is it a...
2 hours
Oh,
from
yeah.
whenever we started, which was earlier on today.
Just a little bit less than 2 hours ago?
Yeah, time has no meaning, John. I don't know when we started. We started at about 25 minutes past 2, I reckon.
Yeah, I've just heard from
So still
Colin
plenty of
in the
time.
control room. That's good. Control room Colin. Oh, no, it wasn't Colin. Oh, well, looked like
Control
Colin.
room Colin.
Yeah, I
It's
like
got
that, don't you?
A nice bit of
Yeah.
alliteration there. No, Jack.
10 minutes to go.
Rightio.
Oh.
Oh, they're talking.
I think you can get a bit too sensitive about people talking. I mean, as long as it's not loud and being stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't have deathly silence. Everyone's got to enjoy themselves, and you know, most people would say your focus has got to be such that you wipe out any noise like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gone okay for Colin. He just put a bowl about
Yeah.
half a bowl away from the jack. This bowl here is going to be on the tight side. Something I actually
Yeah.
quite like. I like the idea of music in the background, John. I know
Yeah.
the Indoor Bowls Nationals now has music going all the time in the background, and it's actually makes it easier to concentrate because the whole you don't get those quiet moments and then loud interrupting noises. It's just a nice white noise all the time. So I think I'd be a proponent. I reckon we should just have music playing all the time for bowls.
Well, and that's what I was thinking while I've been watching this today. It would be nice even just to have some music, and you know, some people enjoy it. Not everyone's watching the bowls. It's nice to have a bit of music going.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be loud either.
No.
Something in the background. Oh, I'm not sure about this
Yeah,
bowl.
I thought it was quite a good correction. Certainly was with his green, but
They've fought so hard, this Johnston Park team. Trailing by 1 now on this last end. Well, potentially last end.
what Colin Comerford there too has got to make sure is that, you know, if there is a bit of, you know, antagonism down there, or, you know, people being upset that he's talking, that he doesn't let that affect him. He's just got to get in and play his shots.
So playing on the backhand.
I think he's looked better on the backhand, actually, hasn't he, today?
Yeah, seems to come out pretty good.
Yeah. If his weight was good, he would have been right into this. Well, his weight wasn't bad, was it? Really? Yeah. So Browns Bay holding 1. Now
2.
holding 2.
Oh, and it's set the right way too. That's a brilliant bowl. Alan not mucking around. He said, "Go that."
Yeah. He just plays this almost the same shot again. He's narrowed it up. I'm not sure that his previous bowl would have taken out that second shot. That's good though, good call, but it's a fairly scratchy end at the moment for Johnson Park. That's going to be up to the skip again.
Oh, we've seen how fast Alan can hit a bowl, and I wonder if we're going to see a wind-up happen, John. See if he can get a kill out of this and just go, look, we've killed the end, we'll start again.
Yeah, well, he can't afford to just, well, he can afford to put it in a ditch, of course, if he stays with it, but Browns Bay have got 2 back bowls there if it does go straight behind. Let's have a look at we'll see where the jack is in relation to those bowls in a moment, but...
Yeah, you want to hit it hard enough that the jack could still kill, You know, it's you'd be much better to restart this end if you were Johnston Park.
Yep.
Alan, arms crossed, waiting for his turn. He's going to have an agonising wait. Neil will probably make him wait a while. There we go. 2, you're going to wait 15, 20 seconds while the ball goes up the green, and he knows all he's got is a drive here. It's just...
But it's a drive worth watching.
No, certainly. It's not going to be... Well, I'll be shocked if it's short. John, that would be surprising.
Well, I was wondering whether it might not be just short to... Oh, he's going to make it even... No, not fattened it up at all. That's a very good shot. Now the jack, it's got all sorts of reaction to a drive,
Watch
hasn't
out.
it? It could go back up to the mat from here. Let's see. Here it goes.
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, and he stayed in the ditch. Did he go into the ditch, and is it live? No,
That's
it's not live. Yeah, killed in.
Absolutely
Wow.
brilliant. Watch his arm. Look at this.
Bam.
Great stuff. Good shot.
That's a screamer. That's a Peter Ballas almost, isn't it? With the days when if you've been watching any of the highlights of yesteryear bowls, his drive was extraordinary.
Yep.
There's lots of big drivers around, and this man's one of them.
Almost exactly the same drive delivery as well. The backswing, if you ever get a chance, go back and have a look at the YouTube video when the broadcast is finished. Watch the backswing that Alan Stewart has. His hand rotates almost, I don't even know if my arm would go that far back, John. It just goes almost all the way back up and then through. Absolutely beautiful stuff. That's a great shot.
This is a replay of the 15th end, and as you said earlier, you wouldn't be surprised if there's more than 15 ends. Well, technically it's still the 15 ends, but we're seeing almost a full end. We could end up at a draw after 15 ends and play an extra one. Everything's quiet in the other rinks here.
Colin on the forehand, so we do it all again. Good shot. That's a good bowl.
So just that game that was on the rink next to them has completed with Kia Toa of South Canterbury beating Awamoa 24-9. Stoke, that's Paul Bacon, Don Ambrose and Graham Grocott, have beaten Te Atatu Peninsula Bowling Club by 14-3. Adam and Peter Blucher and Brendan Kelly. And the Hauraki Bowling Club, Barry O'Neill, Lance Trower and Colin Demler, have lost 23-6 to Cobden, the Callagher trio. Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah, Colin came in talking away, you know. He can't help himself. And then he realised, oh, damn. I'll be interested to see if there's a turnaround up here. Does someone turn around and say anything? You know. Yeah.
Oh, I love bowls. What a sport.
Just match that one.
Not all bad.
Not all bad. I like that.
That'll do, eh?
Yeah, yeah. That's
It's a very positive way of saying it. It wasn't absolutely brilliant. That's still something that can be used.
yeah, yeah. Well, when you look at it too, it's in front of that those feet of Neil Fisher. So if anything hits the jack, it's going to go out that way, isn't it? So I suppose about where this one is. Righto, Colin.
Your ideal shot is getting 1-0 full. You'll sit them out clean, smash it through, that'll be real handy.
Oh, this forehand.
Too wide, he says. But if it's up, it's a good shot. Oh, we flick off there, it'd be good. Yeah, yeah.
John, being asked to play his backhand.
Yes, he just doesn't want to be short here. No, he's put it right where Neil wanted it, basically, hasn't he? Well, not quite. No, but that's not bad there, is it?
Yeah, it's a good bowl.
We can wait that now.
So Alan asking for a bit more movement.
You go a bit bigger at it.
On the forehand. Needs it to hold. Not going to be. And it's going to be up to Alan Stewart again, John.
Yeah, well, he'll stay there until, obviously, till Neil Fisher's played his shot. It's 10-9, and at the moment, the team that has 10 is holding shot.
Just discussing what shot
Yep.
Alan wants to play.
And someone will walk in there and say, it's our head, boys, get off there. Discuss it when it's your shot. One of those etiquette things which is quite often forgotten. So here's Fisher. He knows exactly the shot that he would play if he was in his opposition's shoes, and he wants to get something. We wanted it a bit past there. So that jack, where does that go now?
Oh, it's
initially what?
Yeah.
To our right, you would say, wouldn't you?
4 o'clock, based on that
Yeah.
previous camera angle. It depends how hard you want to hit it, though, John. Be interesting to see. We'll know from Alan's first bowl what the intention is here. I'd be pleased to get a one out of it. It's always going to move in that sort of diagonal 4 o'clock direction. Alan he's on his backhand, so he might be going for more of a cannon or to plant the shot pole out. Easily, I mean, to be fair, he's allowed one. He's played some fantastic bowls.
So now Fisher knows what he plans to do.
Holding the win.
Oh, not quite what he wanted either. So nothing's changed.
He's going quicker. I think he's going for a kill here.
Look
He's
at
not
that arm.
short. He's close. He's got it. Another kill. What a
gee.
shot. What a bowl.
Oh.
That is fantastic stuff. He's 3 out of 3. Absolutely brilliant.
That's stunning driving.
Absolutely brilliant. Look at the
Look at the arm. Extend it way up.
This is as slow as the replay can go. And look at that. He could see that much of the bowl. That is as good as it gets. It's a heavy jack and it's been lifted about 4 feet in the air. Fantastic stuff there from Alan Stewart. What a shot. All that's left to see, John, is something explode. Why not break the jack in half?
Yeah.
Great stuff.
He's gone off. I think he's gone off for a quick relaxer. He's shot up the back steps there.
Oh,
well, we've seen
stuff.
that those are when he was standing on the mat, even though he'd been down and had a look at the head and knew exactly what it was like. About all he would see is a bowl and a half. That was about his target, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he just smacked it. Oh no, there he goes. It was someone else wandering up the steps. Oh no, it was him.
Maybe he's been and gone.
Back quickly. Yeah. Right, slightly shorter.
That's so impressive, John. That's absolutely, words fail me. Really
The
good.
noise at the Johnson Park Club would have been out of, well, people in the surrounding areas would have heard the roar.
Earthquake.
Yeah.
Measured on the Richter scale.
And if Browns Bay are at their club at the moment, they'll be enjoying what they're seeing from Colin Rogan.
Oh, fantastic, isn't it? 3 ends. Colin has put a bowl within inches of the jack, and 3 ends. The jack has gone flying off to Timbuktu. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Alan Stewart, keeping his team's hopes alive. They're only trailing by 1. All they need is 1. It's actually, it's going well, John, because we've been running well ahead of schedule, and we need a, it's really helping us out and catching back up to the published times, aren't they?
Need some fat. Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. There we go. Colin Rogan on the forehand. I suppose the challenge for Browns Bay is it's not like they've been leaving big targets for Allen to hit. They've been sitting with a shot. It's been a 1-bowl, 2-bowl target at most, and he can't miss.
But eventually, you always tend to think eventually it'll wear them down, He's, but it might not. You might just find that it's the other team that falters. But at the moment, Colin Grogan has given his skip perfect start.
I remember I was talking to Peter Bellis once about the driving competitions they used to have in the 80s and 90s in Australia after or before their little professional events, and he said, obviously PB was one of the big drivers and Robbie Perella was the big one from Australia. And he said, I could never get over how Robbie could be driving just as fast at the end of the competition as he did at the beginning. He said, we'd get to the end of it and I'll be playing runners and Perella would still be absolutely full speed. So some people can just keep it up, I think.
So he's getting Comerford on his backhand, the left-hander. We flick off that. No, not enough weight. The vastly experienced John Walker at 2. Just being asked to put one. He's pretty much going for where his skip's feet are. Want something out here and amongst these black ones. He's done it too, hasn't he?
Great shot.
Good on, yeah. Looks like he's got a bit more on that and a bit more weight. Here he goes. Come on, and to come onto that white. No, he's going to be under it again.
It's a little bit tentative, isn't he? But a ball past the edge. I can feel a kill in the air. John, we may as well go. What's he killed it? He's killed it twice on this final end. You may as well make it 3 out of 3.
Yep. He can see a shot though, can't he? You know, he was looking near where those black ones are to the right as we view it.
Sort of at 10 o'clock to the jack as we see it on this angle. There is a way to get the jack there, and if you're a bit wide, you'd get rid of both the whites and sit there for one. So that may be the shot Alan opts to play. Just a metre, 2 metres over. John Walker just... They've seen something.
Well, in general, you'd be saying, I've just heard what they're talking about, Neil, and it's not what you said. I think they're looking too, you know, because you can quite often eavesdrop or just by body language and that work out what they're going to try and do. He's in the box seat at the moment. He's holding 2 shots. He's just now got to protect that. Have they got the back bowl at the moment? They haven't. No, he's going to... Oh, okay.
Trying to block it. It's interesting with blocks in general. You could put a block in playing across the head. You know, play the opposite hand to the hand you're trying to block is a good way to do it. But they're such a really used tool, as we see Alan getting ready. Doesn't look like super duper weight, so he's just going to try to play that shot that you pointed out, John.
Yeah, I think so. Sit the shot, that'll be fine. Move the jack across to his. Well, that weight is to sit the shot. He's done it.
Oh, goodness.
Gee.
He went a quarter of a bowl wide there, and he's made his target narrower. Neil Fisher won't be going anywhere near this. Don't go near it. You've got a 1 bowl target for Alan to play to. So let's just remember what Alan is capable of. That was his first kill earlier on in the game. And then we saw on this last end, bang, bang. Look at this one. You could see half the bowl. He got half the bowl. And the best for last. Watch the jack here. It flies up into the air. Out of shot. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Alan Stewart to keep this game alive. And, you know, may he have to do it again in a few seconds. Who knows? Great game, hasn't it been, John?
Oh, I've loved this. This has been tense right from the word go. We saw Johnson Park get a single. Browns Bay responded with a 2 and then another 2. They were up 4-1. Then it was 4-3. Then, as I've said, 5-all, 6-all, 7-all, 8-all. And now it's 10-9. Is that second shot?
Yeah.
So, inside edge of that second shot, the last one that went in, your own bowl comes across and takes out the shot bowl, and you sit there for 1 or 2, playing the forehand. Mark Noble saying, for goodness sake, John, that's not what he'll play at all.
Talking about whether they try and kill it or if they try and actually score here. You can play reaching weight and pop the jack out to 10 o'clock as we see it. We'll see. We'll find out soon enough, John. It may be the last bowl. There may be another end to come. What a great match this has been. Here we go. Alan Stewart. Absolutely brilliant bowls so far. Does he have another one left in him? We'll find out soon.
Here it goes. Is this the last bowl of this game? Can he pop the jack out? Can he sit the shot? He's not a mile away again. Get out of the road. Let me see this jack. Inside edge on that. Oh my word. What a great effort. A tremendous game between these two teams, Browns Bay and Johnson Park, with the 15th end taking a long time to finish. It was killed twice by this outstanding skip, Alan Stewart, but it is Browns Bay who go through with an 11-9 win. Browns Bay beating Johnson Park 11-9. We'll have a break and then we'll be back with a round 5 men's match between Arapahoe of Dargaville, Northland area, and Bowls, Mount Maunganui. Some highlights first, though.
I think we would have.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
someone else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know
During that short break between that very impressive match, exciting match that we've just completed, and this one that we're about to see start in a moment. We're at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. It's the Somerset National Champion of Champion Triples, and we're watching a continuation of the men's competition. And the clubs we're seeing will be Bowls Mount Maunganui with Nick Thompson, Paul Anderson and Nathan Arledge. And the match that the team they're playing against is Arapahoe, Martin Webb, Neil King, and Patrick Lewis. So we'll show you, I'll tell you how they've gone so far in their matches. In fact, Arapahoe beat Riverside 19-8 and lost to Kahutia 16-14. So we'll give you a bit of an idea of those as we move on. And also we'll show you at some stage during this match the women's draw for post-section play, because they're now having a breather. They seem to again strike the early starts both Friday and Saturday at 8 o'clock, but it gives them the early finish. So we see again a variation of ages in these teams. Now we're looking at Arapahoe with their white and blue and red uniforms. A couple of
And
good
the
lead
black
bowls
bowls,
too.
John.
Yeah, like that. And the red stickers for Arapahoe.
That's Nathan Arledge there. He's the Bowls Bay Plenty Player of the Year for 2023 or 2022-23 season. So he's in pretty good form off the front.
So Patrick Lewis the lead, Neil King playing at 2. And it's a long way from the Dargaville area. This club from Arapahoe, Webb, King and Lewis, they won their Champion of Championship triples, having won their club title, of course. They went on to win the centre title. The finals there were held in Carmo. Ooh, just looking for that little slide which would have pulled the jack across to his other back bowl there. So a little bit of travelling just to get over to Carmo in Whangarei. And then, of course, a big trip down to Dunedin. Again, they look like blokes that have probably enjoyed themselves. They'll make this more than just a trip to Dunedin. For bowls, it'll be to have a look around, and all those who've come down or to Dunedin, or gone to Dunedin, I should say, for the Champion of Champions so far, the pairs and the triples, have talked about what a hospitable place it is, how much there is to see. And I think I mentioned last weekend there are quite a few who said we've never been here from the north, so yeah, they get well looked after. So the first change around, this is the first end.
They will have had their 2 trial ends, of course. Both these teams coming off a bye, so they've been sitting around waiting to get started. This Martin Webb. On the back end, nice delivery.
And And just recognising the danger if his opponent does push the jack through a little bit. Looking to just dead draw it here. Always deceptive, those bowls that have the two-tone on them. They look as though they're finishing halfway up the rink.
Yeah, I keep going and going. And the Bay of Plenty colours. Martin Webb switching to the forehand now.
Ooh, he'll be annoyed here if he flicks it in.
Oh,
Oh,
just passed.
gee. Yeah. Because underneath that was a third shot. I think if he'd just set that shot out, pushing it away. As the tom set continues to push his hand. Look at him still pushing it up as he watches the bowl come down.
Oh,
Not bad
fair
either. So it's the team with the black bowls and the red discs that score first in this first end of 15. And it'll be Pat Lewis who goes up, places a jack. A couple of really good bowls from him first up on that previous end. I think it was just a single there. Sends a jack right down to where his skip was standing. So if that's where he wanted it, that's a good spot. Playing the backhand going this way. We'll just keep an eye and see whether the leads do just favour one hand or whether they decide that one side of the rink is the way they want to go.
On the backhand, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've played this man before, perhaps at a Champion of Champion 4s last year. He was either on the next door rink or on our rink, but I recall being impressed with his bowls, the lead for this team. As we see Nathan Arledge follow him down on the backhand. Shot.
Well, he looks to me like he might have been one of those guys who's played a lot of sport in his younger days and has switched over to bowls and just, you know, snared it, basically.
Absolutely.
Steps up and immediately into the swing of it. And those players who move from other sports, particularly the likes of golf and that, but also, you know, if he's played rugby or football or any of those sorts of sports, a lot of them just get the weight instantly, sort of that natural weight control.
Nathan on the forehand. Good line. So we did see Nathan and Paul play the bowls 3-5. Was it earlier on this year, John, or was it? It must have
Yes,
been earlier
yeah,
on
yeah,
this
it
year.
was,
Earlier
yeah,
on this
yeah.
year. Made the
That
final.
was at Nainai. I think
Yes.
and the main problem we faced was trying to work out how to pronounce their nickname, wasn't it? The
Yeah, some weird shark.
Megal, yeah.
Something Don.
That's right. Yeah, Megalodon. Monster shark. I
Yeah,
gave us something
I
to
just,
talk about other than bowls.
Yeah, we await a better nickname for the Mount for the Mount team as we see Paul here on his forehand side. That's a good shot. Well played. Lovely first bowl. On the back end.
Inside that, he's played it well. Oh, you didn't need to click it. He was perfectly lined, wasn't he? So in your background that you're looking at right now, Alex, have you found out much about Arapahoe? Have they got 32 members, or
I'm trying my
hard to
best,
tell?
John.
I did have a look at their Facebook page, which wasn't really giving me much much up to date. And then for small clubs too, it's hard to have someone who runs a website and any Facebook stuff, and they're normally the person who's also the secretary and probably the president at the same time, and runs the bar and handles the green and the match committee.
Everything else as well. I've got can't even find them on Papers Past, but I'll keep digging and see what I can find out.
So we've got 3 qualifiers so far, those with no games lost. That's Stoke, Cobden from the West Coast, and St Kilda from Dunedin. 3 wins from 3, so that's really good. Then the others with 1 loss only are in with a chance, of course. Browns Bay, Bowls Hastings, and Kia Toa South Canterbury. So we've still got a wee way to go before we get the qualifiers and the draw for that.
Martin Webb on the forehand.
Here we go. So with some more of them, you see that one of the favoured teams with the current national singles champion Sheldon Bagri Howley in there are unbeaten. And we go right through some of them. So we see there the team that we're watching at the moment, Arapahoe, with 1 from 1.
And if you do want to find the full results and you're watching this, just check out the Bowls New Zealand website. It's all their Facebook page, to be fair, and there's a couple of spaces you can go to have a look at all the results on Bowls Hub.
Last bowl here for Martin Webb, the skip of the Northland team. Looks to be a bit tight here. Not enough weight to do any damage, or is it? Yes, it is. A bit of weight to do some damage. Just that being narrow. So looking for a number here, are they, with this shot? Looking to take out that. Well, that was the shot that was holding them out of a few. That might have well been second shot, was it? So that's either 1 or 2. Taking 1 out. Who has got a stretchy tape? Measuring for second here.
Yeah, it looks like that black bowl to 4 o'clock is going to beat the bowl to 7, but it's worth a measure, isn't it?
Well, and they're standing right over it. Just 1.
Just the 1.
So those who have lost 1 still have a chance. That's Patararoo and Riverside. Any team that's lost 2 is now out of contention. See there, Milton, Johnson Park, Elmwood Park, and Paikakariki, Awamoa, and you can see the rest there. Wanaka included, Paratutu, Hauraki, and Tawa.
Arapahoe, I can tell you, has just over 30 members, John, I've been able to find. I couldn't tell you when it was founded, but it was at some point, I'd say in the 20th century. fans.
Yes.
And having a look at their Facebook page, they're a very vibrant club, have a lot of events and sort of clearly members that participate around the place and bowls Northland tournaments too, which is always great to see.
Brilliant.
Nathan Arledge on the forehand.
So it might have started earlier, of course, because if they're up in the Dargaville area, does that mean up around Kauri Forest area back in those days? And a lot of Delhi's would be there. You know, we know how anyone with a surname ending in itch has been a fantastic bowler in New Zealand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to find out.
As we see on the forehand here.
I think this man might be a key to this team, actually. If he can keep putting them in the zone, then he will just prevent Maunganui from getting away with much.
Yeah, you're going to stop.
It is a leads game anyway. It's like any, if you get a lead who gets at least one there and one over, then you're comfortable.
So Nick just asking Paul to play on the forehand side. You'll note too, the Mount Maunganui team, John, are all wearing black armbands. That's in memory of Reg Sim from Nongataha Bowling Club, who's a very well-known bowling identity in the Bay of Plenty. So we extend our condolences to Reg's friends and family, and really nice to see that touch there. And I believe also Paul, who's playing too, lost his stepfather this week. So playing for a lot of reasons, this team of three.
Yeah.
Correction time for Paul. This could go badly. Needs it to hold or to swing. No, I didn't quite have the weight. I was concerned on his behalf that he might punch up that black ball at 12 o'clock, John.
You wouldn't want to do it again. Oh, here we go. No, Neil King
Nice delivery.
gets it away well. Yeah, it stands on the mat, stays there. The rest of the teams all just walk on, and I always think there's nothing wrong with that. You're not interfering with his ability to watch his bowl if he wants to. You just go to the side, but it does make for a quicker game.
Absolutely. Just having a chat on the crossover there. This is Nick Thompson here on his forehand side. He won the National Secondary School Peers a few years ago now. Maybe even twice, actually, something in my head tells me, but certainly when he was playing out of Tauranga Boys College.
That was a classic case of those bowls being deceptive. They look as though it was never going to reach, and then you understand that, in fact, it is deceptive, and you know that his weight was really good. So, yeah, good stuff there from Nick.
It's Marty Webb here on his backhand. Lovely effort.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, he's done it. Good shot. Oh, they're looking at this as if they're wondering if they get rid of that bowl, how many seconds they have. Same bowl, he says, so he's going to be a little bit more controlled than that. Just play on the forehand side, John.
Yep.
Have more than a few centre titles, Nick, by now.
Just a bit tight this time.
Short of a gallop there, I think.
So what are we, one or two? And we'll just see in a moment as the skip for Arapahoe, Martin Webb, plays the last bowl of this third end. He doesn't want to be. Oh, he is narrow. I was going to say he doesn't want to be narrow here. Oh, he might
He's
find
narrow
the
enough,
hole.
but
There he goes.
yeah,
Yeah. Not. So
no need to panic.
one.
Just the one light.
Yeah.
See the jack delivered. A short end here, John.
Yeah. We've seen nothing today anyway. I don't think we've seen anyone bring the, and we haven't seen it much, have we? Indoors, bringing the mat right out. What they'll tend to do is just change sometimes the distance they throw the jack, but he's got the mat out a wee bit this time. And he's happy with that.
Yeah, good shot. Might be the original, although Henselite something, but one of the more turning bowls. I think Nathan here uses Aero Optimas from memory. As we watch those bowls, how far are they going to run? Just slightly short. When he gets going, Nathan's pretty metronomic. I've played a little bit of bowls when I first started with both Nathan and Nick, and Nate was very, very capable of. He was a bit like Colin Rogan in that previous game. Once he finds it with his first one, you just know that's where the bowls are going to go for as long as he feels like putting them there, John.
And it's not just Nick. It's the rest who are Nathan. I mean, they're all using Optimas for the Maunganui team. So I understand.
Great leading there from Patrick Lewis. One on, one just passed. Nathan, yeah. Good shot. Neil King now. Looks very warm in that jacket, doesn't he? It looks like it'll be a comfortable jacket.
And coming from way up north, of course, a lot of the players are finding it's a bit chillier in the south.
Be slightly colder.
That's a good bowl too from King.
Paul on the forehand.
Good options here. Sit that shot. Sit the jack. Move it back to where that other bowl of theirs is, which is sitting at second shot. King won't change much. It's a very good first up bowl from him.
Well,
runs it out. He's got a beauty. Yeah, that's good. Shot. That forehand shots are still there though for Anderson. The options, that shot bowl, if he's narrow, could get the inside of that short one, or he hauls the jack back to his own. Oh, here he goes, gets the inside edge. That was one of the options, but it didn't work for him.
On the crossover, a sort of interesting game so far.
That game on the next rink is Tawa there on the bottom. They've got 3, and they're playing Kahutia.
In or out. Oh, just underneath the line. It's a good bowl, though.
A couple down, maybe 3, did he say? 2 anyway. 2 shots down. still there now. The options have changed, haven't they? Promote your own, sit the shot. He's over it too now.
So they're holding 2 or 3. I think it's just you put one close and cross your fingers, John.
Yeah. I'm interested that changing hands here, but may well be because they can see where the jack might go if there's any connection, but he doesn't want to be narrow here again, does he?
Yeah, you got that bowl of Paul sitting at 11 o'clock to the
Yeah.
jack that you don't want to hit.
Yeah,
You don't want to hit that bowl.
no. Oh,
I was never going to
yeah,
hit.
okay. No.
Safe as houses.
Oof. Yeah.
And Nick switching to the backhand side.
Might be 3 down here too, so it needs to be a good bowl. He's through the gap, isn't he? Or a bit of collision. That'll help him though. Might have got his 3rd shot, is it? 2 down. 2 it is.
Yeah, great.
So a good end there for the team from Northland. They now lead by 4-1.
Just chugging along. As we see Patrick Lewis deliver the jack.
So other games being played at the moment. I mentioned Tawa versus Kahutia. Milton playing Browns Bay. This is the draw anyway. I'm sure it looks like they're all playing out there. Sometimes around this stage, some don't need to play, but Cobden against Johnson Park. Gore against Putararu. Te Atatu Awamoa and Paratutu Kia Toa South Canterbury. Riverside against Martinborough. The other teams having the bye. But as we saw, there are some teams who cannot qualify.
It's been a great couple of days of bowls and lots of
I think so.
close contests, John.
Absolutely. So here we go. This man here, Patrick Lewis. Been leading well so far. Yeah, no, I don't think he likes that at all. Just a bit narrow, wasn't he? But look at that, 2 great weight both times. He wants a 3rd.
That's a good delivery from Nathan.
Doesn't change, does it? He's got that classic follow through with the bowling, the hand finishing up in front of his face.
Yeah, he's one of the bowlers too that twists his arm on the backswing. John, it was in vogue. It was popular for a while. I think out of Australia, and the logic behind it used to be that if you're walking and you swing your arms when you're walking, your hand doesn't stay flat back when you swing your arms. It twists a little bit. So the logic is that on the backswing, it's fine to twist your hand a little bit before you then come through and follow through square. Some people do it, some people don't. But if you do it the same every time, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, yeah, that's right. So watch Anderson here, who's pretty much classic. Oh, no, he does that little flick, doesn't he? There'll be coaches out there saying, oh, you won't be able to control your weight if you're not following through. But he doesn't
plays pretty well.
miss much, does he? Yeah.
We saw him at the at Pulse 3-5. It was very accurate.
Yeah.
Martin Webb just saying, just over here, please. Please and thank you.
Yes, yeah. And this is where you can be narrow, because you just be slightly narrow and underneath that one. That'll be good.
Yeah, not the end of the
If
world.
any jack movement is good for us. That's not a bad bowl. That'll be another. That might be a counter there. Yeah. Oh, fell out the wrong way.
Nick saying just hit the bowl, please. Still on the forehand side. Very close. That's a lovely shot there from Paul. Well played. Great bowl. Beautiful speed, wasn't it, John?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. But as the skip for Arapahoe, Martin Webb, he'll be looking at that, and as we can view it even from here, 3 bowls to the left are all black ones. So if he plays down that forehand side and nudge it across, he'll be looking handy.
Yeah,
But
we were
he's got
sent
to do
through
it, of course.
talking of the Arapahoe triples team. I was sent through a photo by Rose. They won as darkness fell at Onarahi,
Oh.
and that there you can see
Oh.
on the thumbnail. There was probably just enough light, and I think most of it came from the photo. So thank you very
Yeah,
much, Rose, for sending that
flash.
through to us. But
That's great. Thank you.
one as darkness came.
Yep. Oh, I quite like this line here.
Needs it to hold or
Hey.
to swing.
Flick. Yeah, beautiful. Oh, hard luck. Each team can see the dangers. There's 4 Maunganui bowls to the right as we view it, 4 Arapahoe to the left. Jack sitting in the middle. If it was to go one way, it could be 4 to one team. If it goes the other way, it'd be 4 to the other team.
Yeah.
There we go. Nick.
Situation.
Just trying to get in to ruin that opportunity or draw another shot. Oh, he's drawn another shot. Oh, well.
Great shot. Decisions now. I suppose the good thing about that bowl is it stopped. I mean, the jack's not going to go past that bowl in the direction of all the Arapahoe bowls. So it's quite a good shot, really. And Martin Webb just eyeing it up. What do you think's going to happen here, John?
I think as 2 is saying you need to have a wee go at that shot bowl. Yep, into there.
Fair enough.
Not a drive like we saw last time from Stewart, but shot or movement of the jack. What's his weight like? Oh, his line's pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, he's close here, John.
Is he up? He's up. Oh, gosh.
How it missed wide, I do not know. That was a mighty effort.
So here we are, a club that's got 30 members, getting up to win the Champion of Champion event in Carmo, and now here taking on some of the young guns around, and going extremely well. They lead by 4 to 1. They've dropped a single here, probably, maybe 2. Just 1. It is 1 to Maunganui. 4-2 it is, after 5 ends.
Just bubbling, simmering away this game, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You get a feeling sometimes when you're watching games that one team is all of a sudden going to grab a 4 and a 3 in successive ends, and that sort of takes it out. But the way, and you would think that going into this, Maunganui would be favoured to win. But of course, we're saying that when we don't know much about Arapahoe, and they've got up and won their Champion of Champions Centre title, so they're no mugs, eh? And they're showing us today that they're very, very good.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, about these events, is that everyone here has won their Centre Champion of Champions. So they're no mugs.
Yep. And it's important that he knows, because he probably, if we had another look, can't see the jack. Yeah, so he wanted to know, is it a metre or half a metre or less than half a metre. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? So he knows what he's going to play. Oh, gosh, he's played this well.
Needs
In
it
you
to
go,
run.
in you go. Oh, no. He should have told him it was a bit further away.
In hindsight, 2028.
Yeah. Yeah, just play up over it. So here's Arledge again. As he's starting to get in the groove. I think he played the other hand the first time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's switching to the forehand side. Like I said, once he finds his first bowl, like he's done there, he'd just be all over the jack.
Really good line first up. So what does he need to change? Nothing apart from a half a metre of weight. Or a metre. Let's see.
On the backhand.
Coming in
Yeah,
well
no,
again, Alex.
Oh, his lovely line. Just short. So wasn't far away. We said, John, that Arapahoe finished their final in darkness. Well, it wasn't quite the same for this Mount Maunganui team there. You see the thumbnail.
Good.
They still had a bit of light on their green when they finished their final.
Good to get those photos, and as Alex has said, any information you've got when you know that your team is going to appear on the live streaming, and you get a fair indication a few days out from the event, then send Alex any information on email, or if you've got mine, but I'll give you his, alex@bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and all those photos and information really nice to have. Just makes it a bit more personal.
Absolutely.
So we've got 3 short bowls here. Well, we've got 6 short bowls, but 3 that you'd call poorly short from Arapahoe. I'm sure that Neil King will be over the jack next time.
Needs it to hold. Oh, set everything down a couple of times.
It's quite good too. It's just opened it a wee bit for King. You can see them better now. Yep, not short this time.
Every chance, John.
Yep. Oh, what did I say?
Just.
Would it have been short if he hadn't hit that? I think it still would have been. But anyway, that's a good-looking end here for Mount Maunganui Megalodons. Nick Thompson, the skip. Paul Anderson playing 2, and Nathan Arledge at lead. And it's Arledge who's got those 2 speckled bowls sitting just short of the jack.
Oh, and Martin Webb just jogging past. Here we go.
Yeah. Good target here for him, isn't it? He just needs to sit on his own. He knows it's a 3rd shot if he sits there. Oh, that's an even better bowl. It's one that's over. That's good. Well, if his weight's good, he's going to sit those bowls.
He's got it. He's
And
got
he
it.
is.
Clean as the
Yeah.
whistle.
Yeah, very
It's
good
hung
shot. That
around.
was, and it's going to fall in too. So there was not much of a gap there for him to get through. He was clean through.
That was a magnificent shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. Probably still one down there, but really good. Let's see. Well, he might have the shot here. Let's see what happens with this one.
Nick
He's
Thompson
got it. He's got it too.
checking
Oh, that's 4. That's worth 4.
That's a great bowl. And there's the little rink marker there.
You won't beat that, so you got to go.
This is harder than it looks, this shot, John.
Come inside that.
Yeah, even if you're around here, here. Yeah, stop here. Good weight last time.
Yeah.
Martin Webb, big breath in.
It's always hard, isn't it? You don't want to go into the ditch, but you know you've got to be up. You've got to be up there. This looks okay. The line's good. Is he going
How's
to
your
be
weight,
up?
Martin?
Is he going to be up? Is he ever? Oh! Well, he's in a better line. It might only be 2 down now, because I think they were looking at 4, weren't they?
Oh, I think Nathan
long-
still indicated the 4 there.
Oh, really?
And this measure is going to have to do a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
because
work.
it's
They're
not
that
far
long,
off the
these
centre
measures.
line, is it? No, that's right.
Might need a string measure. Paul just going to the shot bowl. I think we'll see a 4. I just saw Nate just do your cricket 4 symbol to Nick. So it'll be a disappointing bowl
Easy.
from
Yeah,
Martin Webb there.
yeah.
Beautiful bowl from Nick Tomset. That was fantastic stuff.
6-4.
Here it is here, John. Look at this. Clean as a whistle. Absolutely beautiful shot. Look at that. How good. That's lovely stuff. Never looked like missing, really, did it?
No. So the Arapahoe fans will be annoyed at me when I said, you just get the feeling that at some stage a team will go 4 and then a 3 and it'll be out of the... well, I didn't expect the 4 so easily, and particularly off that end, because, you know, Martin Webb had played a pearler to get in and get the shot, and there wasn't much of a gap there for Nick Tomset to get through, but he did it perfectly. Well,
I found...
this is an Optima. It's going to go a bit narrow here. Yep.
Yeah, they do turn. Found a bit of information on the history of the Arapahoe club. John, 1949 it was when Bowls Northland didn't find 8 new clubs joined Bowls Northland in the post-war bowling boom, and Arapahoe was one of those. So 1949 is when it started its life as a bowls club, and still going strong as a member club of Bowls Northland. Look at this shot here.
Good ball, Patrick. $1949.
Willing it to hold. Yeah, set down in the right place.
As we've heard before, not all bad.
Paul. Willing it on.
Yes, just a bit short with going the other way. Neil and he'll have remembered that. He needs to be in there, and this he might just sit that shot bowl, and that'd be a very good shot.
Oh, great effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
you have a look at that cap of Paul's. I keep thinking he's a trotting driver, you know. They have the goggles up on the caps. It's not goggles. Oh, he's hit this
he's
well,
got it
straight
clear.
up. Not
That
quite.
means perfect weight. We'll look where that bowl finished.
A little bit more to sit on this time if he's on the same line. He's not far away from it either. Oh, he's going to die.
Just a little bit short. You know, it's important for the Arapahoe team to. They'll feel like they want to score on this end, having dropped that 4. You know, you sort of cushion the blow if you can just immediately score on the next end. I'll be disappointed that he's fallen a little bit short there, but still chances for Martin on the backhand, I suppose. Just to the left as we see it here, you can see they've got that black bowl at 1 o'clock. Make their way back down.
He's had lovely weight control too, Nick, all day. Not quite there. Oh, I said it at the right time, didn't I? For fans of the opponents.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Here we go, Martin Webb. Is he going to be attacking this? Looks like he is on the forehand.
I think he's got really good options here, hasn't he?
Yeah, chances everywhere. Just doesn't want to be
Yeah,
wide.
yeah.
Drifting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's beautiful weight.
Be a touch more positive, mate. You can be folding narrow, playing through the back of those.
So Nick on the back end. Willing it on. It's down to his weight here, John. He's not far away.
He's got to find
That's
that
well
hole,
played.
and he's done it.
Very good, pal.
Oh,
Second prize.
overplayed it.
Second prize, he
The
said.
same.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Righto, Martin, here's your big opportunity. Had us weight well last time. Oh, that looks tight.
Oh, he's
That looks
tight.
yeah, that's awful. He's really annoyed at that. You can see him on the mat. I'm not even going to be up there. Possibly knock the others in for another. No.
Yeah, probably more the weight than anything, wasn't it? Because it just didn't have the weight to hold it up. And we're going to see Mount Maunganui score 2 ends in a row here and begin to create a lead, I suppose. That's good old-fashioned hence a lock measures and 2 there, so 4 points.
Well, fortunately, my prediction was way off. It was only a 4 and
By
a
1.
2. Yeah.
The Mount Maunganui club, John, it was created with an amalgamation in 2010 of the Mount Maunganui Bowling Club and the Bowls Cosmopolitan Mount Maunganui clubs, with one of them, the Mount Maunganui Club, tracing its history back to 1925 and the Cosi Club tracing its history back to 1970. And something caught my eye. They have snippets of meetings, and they had to have they had a meeting in 1940 something. Where is it? 1954, sorry, because there was frustration, John, of successfully trying to operate a suitable tea break. So it was moved and seconded that to save time at afternoon tea, bowlers drop their bowls and run at the ringing of the bell. I think that's a really interesting motion. I don't think it's lasted at the club.
No, I mean, just the word "run" is not heard often at many bowling clubs.
Yeah, sort of constrained to on the head, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
the type of bowl as opposed to
and
the motion.
And also drop your bowls. People who drop their bowls should be shot. I saw that sign somewhere, eh? Dumpers
Yeah.
should be shot. I think it was an Australian sign.
I would definitely be an Australian sign. We wouldn't say something like that in New Zealand.
No.
Here we go. It's a bit of a wide enough open head here that Patrick will expect himself to draw the shot here on his backhand. Willing it to hold. All on the back end. Been played in good spirit this game, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, you see, players in different games wandering over to talk to other players that you can see down there at the moment. That's Patrick. He's talking to one of the players in the that match on the next rink. So they probably played each other today. And
I think he's talking to Leighton Shanks, who's the brother of Lucy Shanks, who he featured on a broadcast match last week in the Champion of Champion Peers.
So that team, Arapahoe have played Riverside. They won that 19-8 and lost to Kahutia 16-14. Mount Maunganui beat Tawa 18-3 and lost to Martinborough 17-12. That was their first two games. Yeah,
So
number one.
for both of these teams, isn't it, to have success here in this game, in this match. Neil.
Martin looks interested in this. He looks very interested in this.
Oh, beautiful effort. Couldn't have been much closer. He's going to cross over down again, and they'll really be looking to stop the rot here. You don't want to lose three ends on the bounce. As Martin makes his way back to the mat. Martin, of course, a present member of the New Zealand Bowls Greenkeepers Association Executive Committee, which is a mouthful and a half. And what essentially that means in layman's terms is he helps us with the assessment of greens for national events, John. So they go around the clubs and there's a list of things that they look for, and we are presented with those greens assessments. So a man who does a lot of things in bowls, obviously, and also plays a handy one too.
Lovely track again. This could be a 3 coming up here if he spings a jack. Yep, there it goes.
Good shot. So Martin essentially gets 2 goes at this, doesn't he? He's going to get 2 bowls to get within 3 or 4 feet of the jack.
He's round those, he's in a good home. He's round those and he's in a good home.
Oh, great effort.
Yeah, good bowl. Yep. So you could hear what Paul Anderson was saying. We're holding 2. You move the jack a fraction, and we've got 4. Move it to his foot. That's worth 4. With still 1 bowl to come. What's he looking like? Pretty good
away.
Inside it. Oh.
Where are we down? Where are we down? What are we down?
Martin just figuring out what the situation is. Looking to correct off his first bowl.
You could hear the plaintive cry from the mat. I'm not going to be there. 1 and a measure. We'll see. I'll flick out that closest one. Happy to do that, yes.
So 3 ends on the trot now for
Yeah.
Mount Maunganui, and they'll want to just keep chugging away, won't they?
Just one. It was one, so worth a measure. So good call from Neil King. You were only one and a measure down. It's much better to hear that when you're on the mat, isn't it, than we're 2 and a measure down. So 9-4 the score now. This ends 15 end game, or time limit of 2 hours. We're playing the 9th now.
How's the weight? Not going to be there, John.
Well, he was sort of in the groove a wee bit, wasn't he, for 2 or 3 ends? But he's such a good player, Nathan. He'll more than likely make that correction. And there's no way you can relax, even though you say, oh, well, we've won the last 4 ends and we've scored 8. And those 4 ends, you can't relax at all. So just repeating, the teams that have qualified so far are Stoke, Cobden and St Kilda have had 3 wins.
Pulling it on, that's a good correction there. Yeah, good bowl. Here we go.
So both these teams have lost 1.
It's not far off. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? That's what they're looking for. I think they're an old set of ABTs, John, so they certainly turn.
Yeah.
You see Paul on his backhand. That's
Pretty
a
good
shot.
lineup. Yeah, he said it. Yeah.
What a bowl.
And those shots, you know, where you're 1 down and you send one up, which is perfect, knocks the jack out, isn't worth just 1, it's worth 2. And that's you're just getting that weight right. Weight, there's only 2 things, weight and green, but in this case the weight was most important. This isn't too bad either.
Rinse and repeat. Look at this here. That's a great bowl. They're not going away, this team. Battling away, looking to stop the rot. They're 5 down now. They've dropped 3 ends in a row. Now is the hour. Now is the time to get back on that scoreboard. As we see Paul on his backhand now. He's thinking the opposite to that. He's on a title line.
He's trying to do it again. Oh, and he's a bit heavier. Is he? Oh, that could have worked against him.
Imagine slicing it back.
Yeah.
I think in the end he'll be pleased he missed that one.
Cheeks clenched towards the end of that, I think. Now here's Neil King looking to do the same again. He's got those couple of grey bowls, the opposition bowls, that he can just sit into those. He's played it again pretty well. Hit that hard, lovely. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely
oh yeah,
beautiful
bowls.
You won't see a bowl better than that today. That's top-notch stuff. Great shot. And Martin Webb just going, here, good bowl, thank you very much. And if you just watch this replay, he couldn't have played it any better. Needed. Oh, this is Paul's bowl first, so he set that black bowl out. You got the bowl sitting flat, and Neil drew the shot, the absolute shot, and then with the second bowl, got a little feather, and then sat through Paul's to sit as a back toucher to the first shot bowl. Brilliant stuff. Oh,
Going to get caught up in the short one, is he?
good question. Just.
He did move it, but it just halted him a little. So what are you going to do now, Martin? Change hands, play. Yep, under that.
Yeah, on that forehand side, you know, just underneath that shorter bowl.
It's got to be weight perfect though, doesn't it?
Does. Not easy by any means. Oh, that the focus on his face. He's not a million miles away, John. Down to the weight.
No, he's played this well. Watch that weight. It's going to sit nicely. That's going to be 3. Yeah,
What a
brilliant
shot,
bowl.
what a bowl.
great. Yeah.
Nick will not be short here. I can
No.
tell you.
Yep, he's got his own to play on too, if he wants to. Well, if he's, that's possibly what he's looking for. There we go.
On the forehand bowl or jack.
Oh no,
Oh, it's
no,
turning.
he's narrow, isn't he?
It's turning. It's turning. Goodness gracious me. That wasn't far away.
Right. Yeah.
Neil's saying we have 3. Please. I sense some concern in Neil's disposition, John.
Yeah. I've played with you often enough, Martin, that when you've tried to get 4, you've given it away. So just be aware of that. So Martin's going to be short.
Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff. Well, what a bounce back here from the Arapahoe team. They've done well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair call.
No, he
So
hasn't
much.
played that too bad at all, really. Very good. Very good, safe shot. 3 it is.
Very good.
What a
3
great
there.
turnaround by the team from Arapahoe. From 9-4 down, they're now 9-7 down.
Great end. As the jack is delivered.
Ooh, she's a shortish.
Patrick on the back end. Those nice big swinging bowls.
She'll swing in from there.
Handy enough.
Yep. Certainly make sure that Nathan plays on the other hand. He doesn't worry about that. In fact, if there's a tall concern, he just bowl around that one. But it's just that close that a nudge would promote it. There he is, plenty of room. Draws the shot.
On the back end. Oh, that went, let go with a bit of a bounce. Still turning.
Yeah, just looked to be slightly wider than that previous one, but still that's not a bad spot here. I just hear that chatter and noise out there in the stadium, and the nightlife in Dunedin will be lit up at the end of this day's play. As people head out for, some of them will be going out for meals or to have a drink somewhere, or just to go to bed and sleep because they're exhausted.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand that.
So he played 2 bombs in the last end. And this is Neil King.
On the forehand side.
I don't think his skip minds this one.
If it holds, it's good. It held and it was good. That's a nice shot. Couldn't have afforded to be any narrower than that, John, or the jack would have sliced to the left as we see it, and that would not have been a happy day. Ultimately, a good bowl.
Just do it again, Neil.
Sounds easy when you say it like that, John.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Martin's asking for, isn't it? Look at that. It's on the forehand. He's just said miss wide if you can.
Good home again. Ooh, yeah.
Good wait.
Miss wide if you can. Ah, not narrow. Here we go. Anderson. His first bowl went a metre and a bit over. He's tightened his line and his
He's
weight's
close,
better.
John. He's close here. Look at this. It's going to be a front toucher. Oh, I'm
Nah,
going to call
not
that a
even
front
close.
toucher.
Nah, not even close. Another short bowl from Anderson.
Yeah, no, that's you'd be happy enough, I feel.
And you know that previous bowl of Neil King's, you can see it out to the left there, just in front of his feet. That is a handy bowl now for the team, which is trailing by 9-7.
Absolutely. Really good place for it to be fair. Martin will just be thinking, well, I'll play that bowl and hope that I get a little snick of the jack on the way through. Here we are, Martin. Webb on his forehand side. On its way, John.
And it's a good line, but he's going to get caught up. It's his own bowl there, though. Oh, yeah, okay. So that's not all bad, as they would say.
Still not the end of the world, you're right.
No. And of course he'll be thinking, well, okay, Nick Thompson, if you're going to play that hand, you've got to avoid that. Now he's lining up the other hand, so that's cool, yeah.
On the backhand, it's Nick. Finished third equal on the national singles as well. Plays into centre, full-bar plenty, so it's been around for a while now. Well, sort of a covering bowl, you'd call that, wouldn't you, John?
Well, he'll be annoyed because he's now moved that opposition bowl in, probably right in his line. However, he's such a good touch player and get round that. He's holding shot, so no concerns. Now, slight change in your green from Martin Webb. Stays on that forehand. He's got one of his own bowls in the drawer there, in the line. He can push that up, or he can get an edge off it. He's got
a chance.
He's got it. Yeah. Oh, gee.
That's a well-played bowl. Oh, that's a well-played bowl.
Yeah.
Really good shot. It should mean that Nick's going to have to play a really good bowl to get a 2 here. So that's a great shot from Martin Webb, really. Because they've limited the damage, and that is what's happened. This bowl's not going to. Oh no, it's not going to keep going. It is deceptive sometimes, isn't
Single. A tight single there. But it is a single, and it goes to the Maunganui team of Nick Thompson, Paul Anderson and Nathan Arledge. They now lead by 10-7. We've played 10 of 15 ends. 5th round of the Somerset Men's Champion of Champion Triples being played at Hope Stadium in Dunedin. Next weekend it's the fours, so we've already had the singles and pairs. Some fantastic competition in those 2 events. Triples finishes tomorrow, a week off, and then next Friday it's to Auckland for the fours.
Right back into it. That'll be a good event as well. Sure to be a good event, a good one to finish this series off with, the Champion of Champions series. As we see Nathan Arledge there on his forehand. Good line again, just lacking a little bit of oomph. I see a shake of the head, a bit of frustration there from Nate.
Yeah, their momentum was stalled when they dropped that 3, and it was a good 3 too by their opposition. They'd scored a single, a 4, a 2, a 1, so they'd gone from 4-1 down to 9-4 ahead, and then they dropped a 3. So they
Just
just
stymied
must
a
have
little
felt
bit.
that momentum was getting their way, and then it stalled. So Arledge will be just anxious to make sure that he gives his team a good start.
Want to get back on
Adds
track.
the necessary. Yeah.
Great stuff. Lovely bowl. Lovely bowl.
Yeah.
I'd
As
be
Thompson said, correction, mate.
yeah, rightly so. I'd be remiss to not mention the Gate Par Bowling Club in this broadcast as well, John. I've mentioned it before in broadcast, but both Nick and Nathan and Brendan Moulton, who's pressing some buttons today, and myself all played at Gate Par Bowling Club at the start of our careers. Sadly, no longer exists. It's just a green space in Tauranga, but it's where we all started and where I met Nick and Nathan. I have only fond memories of that club and some of the people there. Peter and Mary Smale, a huge part of that club. I know they still follow the bowls, and if they're listening or watching, hello to you too. And yeah, just a fond memory. So it'd be remiss not to mention that in this broadcast. We've got so many of us sort of there or thereabouts.
Yeah, very good there, mate.
Yeah, it's always good to remember your beginnings.
Anyone now? I think, you know,
The
got wake up in that bowl.
when they held the national fours, didn't they? Fours and singles, was it at in Tauranga, or in Bay of Plenty, Tauranga, Rotorua. Gosh, we got round a few. I played at 3 or 4 of the clubs there, and some remarkable clubs, aren't they? I just loved it. Really good.
Yeah, really cool centre, the Bay of Plenty Centre. Some wonderful clubs around the place. So watch this bowl.
Great effort, mate.
Yep, made it in for another second.
Yeah, check one here, mate.
This front end of Arapahoe has been pretty steady.
Yeah. They just had that one little blip, didn't they? There was maybe a 2-end blip where Paul and Nate were able to sort of dominate a little, but other than that, they've been very, very competitive.
Trying to promote yours onto that shot bowl. Got back here.
Well, you heard the call. He's got a good line for the shot. Oh, he's going to fall short. Gosh, is he? Oh, didn't need to touch. He was trying to promote his own, and that would have been looked to be a great line for that. So he's got 3 bowls that are promotable there. Has Martin Webb when he goes back to the mat. It's a measure for second. This time Martin just stays down at the head, waits for his opposition to play.
You see that a bit, don't you? You know, it's just sort of, well, if the head's going to change, I may as well stay down here so I get a sort of fresh perspective on it instead of walking all the way down and then back up again and then back down again.
Yeah, it's sensible too, and it doesn't add to the duration. I mean, by the time the bowl comes almost to an end, he can start walking up now because nothing's changed. He's on his way.
And there he goes.
Yeah.
I wonder what shot he's going to play here. They've got one ball right at the back, John, at 5 o'clock to the jack. And lots of short stuff. I wonder if he can find something to bump up on either hand.
Yeah, you're right. On either hand, you play the backhand onto that one. That's we could see quite clearly. If he hit that, it'd go right up onto the shot. But the forehand has got 2 to promote, or underneath to use the opposition bowl. So there's a wee bit there. He just needs to be into that target area, and he is.
He's chosen the forehand side. He's not far away here.
Edge, edge. Oh,
That's beautiful.
gee, that would have done it. Yeah,
Beautiful weight.
he stayed on too.
Lovely speed. It's just a
Oh,
little bit holding
yep.
that side, isn't it?
Yeah,
Reluctant
yes.
to turn.
Now, is Nick Thompson concerned that with his next one, Martin Webb will get it? So we'll see from this. Is he going to cover? Try and push his own bowl up? I think that's what he's looking for, isn't he? Push his own bowl up. He's on a good line for that. A really good line for that. Just around the outside of it. Whoa,
Oh,
gosh.
That's right.
Same shot.
You nearly got it the first time, Martin. Do it again. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Good on you.
There we go. On the forehand.
Promotion, wick. That's all to play for here. Suggesting that he's not given it enough this time. Oh, two. Ah, well.
Oh dear.
The only thing he couldn't have done was that, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
He
First
wouldn't have
bowl,
read
so
that.
close.
Yep.
We see Nathan deliver the jack. The mat's right up, or right back, I suppose. It's better than right up. The jack. Oh, there's your depth perception. It's a bit strange. Leading off on his backhand.
Well, you sort of see the lead in the two from the team which is trailing at the moment, the Northland representatives, sort of just talking about that shot. Was it the right call? I think it was absolutely the right call, particularly when Martin Webb had only just missed with his first. I mean, it was, you would have looked at it and thought, well, he can't do anything of much damage there, but he was just too narrow and got the worst result possible.
He found a way, but it was the right shot to play, and he played the first bowl so well. So c'est la vie, I would suggest, as we see Nathan on his backhand again. Came out pretty
I
good.
didn't know you were fluent in French, are you? Wow, that's very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's, just 3 of the words I know. Probably the only 3 actually. As we spoke here, good second shot.
Yeah. I like this from his big turning bowls.
Yeah, I'll come back from there. Good shot. Handy enough past the head, isn't it? It's sort of that 7 o'clock mark.
Yeah. Stun and stop. Yep, that'll do.
So Neil on his backhand. He's played some very good bowls this game.
Yeah, he's come into his own, really. First couple of ends, not fantastic, but he really has, what did we say? But he really has
Sorry, Neil.
played some outstanding bowls in the middle stages. Nothing wrong with that either.
Paul on the forehand. Good head building for the Mount Maunganui team. And he's just looking to add another one to the bundle. Good shot. Sitting with a good, it's a good 4 there, isn't it? That's 4 bowls within Curry.
Yep. Yeah. And what I liked about that was they had 2 shots, I don't know, 50 centimetres, half a metre away from the jack, and he could play with confidence onto them, not try to avoid them or be short or worried about knocking them up, because they were always going to be promotable, and he stayed with them, and suddenly he's got 4, and it remains at 4.
Yeah, you feel like this is a
So
key
poor
end,
old
isn't it?
Martin, yeah, Martin's going down, just sort of grinning and thinking, oh gosh, how did I do that last time? Don't worry about that. They're saying you played the right shot, bit of bad luck. You can get in here.
And at
Count the
5, the
jack back to your
difference.
back
Yeah.
bowls. He's got 2 back bowls there.
I like that call, John. I think it's 5 the difference at the 12th end. The head's not great, but they need to find a way to score here, the Arapahoe team. So I
Yeah.
quite like that call. Just go jack in the ditch. You're either in or you're not.
Yep. And he can play it through that forehand. I quite like that
On the
forehand
forehand
shot
side,
too.
yep.
Threading through, yeah, plenty to stop. Yeah, and
I
they've
agree.
recognised that. And we know he's best. He's better with his first shot. So here we go. Let's see how he tracks. Is he round that one? He is. Is he going to get that
He's
jack?
close.
He's not quite.
No!
Oh, taken
Oh,
2.
he didn't get
That's
it.
good.
And he's,
That's good.
oh, beautiful effort. He's a bit unlucky that he's
Yep.
actually popped back. If you look in the background at 12 o'clock, he's managed to put the Mount Maunganui bowl closer to the ditch than his one. So it means that he's essentially going to have to draw now with this bowl. But that was a great bowl really, with a not ideal result from
Yep.
Martin Webb, and that's a good bowl there too from Nick.
He's changing his hand. I wonder if this time he's just going to try and draw. They were 4
Yeah.
down. He took 2 out. They're now 3 down again, I think. So just get in there. Don't be shy, mate. Just in there. Sit the shot and the jack.
Got a bowl at 7 o'clock.
Not a bad line, is he? Just going to swing round it.
It's trying
Oh,
to
look at
turn
this.
John.
Gee,
Beautiful.
yeah, very good.
Beautiful weight. And the Mount Maunganui team just chugs along. Very steady bowls from this Mount Maunganui team, hasn't it? Very, everyone's doing their job. Everyone's contributing. 15-7 is a fair reflection, I feel.
Yeah. So they've scored on 8 of the 12 in so far. And the 2 2s, a 4 and a 3. Both these teams wanting to win this to get through to the next round. Or to stay alive, should I say.
Yeah.
There's another round tonight, isn't there, Alex?
That sounds right. Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll have, so that's why the post-section draw won't be created until a bit later on tonight. So if you're wondering where the draw will be, it's going to be on the Bowls New Zealand website and our Facebook page. So patience, well, not patience, it literally won't be finished until a bit later on. So it'll be up when it's up for tomorrow's games. And that can be found on Bowls Hub, which is through the Bowls New Zealand website.
Ooh, look at this.
Look at this. What a bowl!
Lovely.
Great shot.
Nice shot, Patrick.
Beautiful stuff. Bit of spray chalk.
So there'll be a few of those 6th round games that aren't required because teams either have already qualified and are playing someone who can't. But that next round, we've been going a bit earlier, which has been good. It's due to start at 7:40, but it'll be a bit earlier than that tonight. And then tomorrow we'll begin with the women's post section. And we might just, when the occasion arises, give you another view of that women's post section draw. Assuming they have the 8 o'clock start again.
Oh dear. Well, I suppose if someone's going to do it, you may as well do it yourself, John.
Yeah.
But that will be a little bit disappointing there for Patrick Lewis, having drawn a front toucher,
Yeah.
then removing the jack from his bowl. So unfortunate there. Suspect he would have known the moment he let it go as well. You usually do with those shots, you let it go, and it's like, well,
Yeah, bowl Paul.
it's not as wide as I want it to be.
Yeah, good bud.
You get the agonising 15 seconds of watching the bowl head towards the space it's meant to be avoiding, as we see Neil on his backhand. I don't think he's made it. Oh, no, I don't think so.
I think he might be there. Oh, no, the jack's gone, of course. I was looking at that group thinking, it's really nice weight, but of course,
it's where the jack was.
Miles away, yeah. Did you not realise that, Neil? The jack's moved.
The delay reaction. Watch his next bolt. So the jack's the bottom right of your screen. You can't see it, but it is.
Just
So
about
look
where
at
the
the bottom.
bowl's heading now.
Turn, mate.
Yeah, there we go.
There we are.
There's still plenty of room. And Neil, you can see his bolt is quite short, so he'll be looking to make a correction.
Certainly gave it some effort that time.
Yeah, looks like a better effort here.
Gone very wide though. It's might not come in from out there. You can see the opposition skip walking back as if to say, that's gone.
So plenty of room on the crossover, really, John.
Hmm.
2 ends to go. That's end 13.
Now show us how to draw to the ditch almost here, Nick.
Get a bit of the piece of it.
Oh,
just in
no,
the ditch.
he didn't. Okay, Martin, your job, and I'm only giving you one job today, is to take the jack into the ditch. Just draw the jack into the ditch. Come on.
Just one job, John.
Just one job. That's all I'm asking you to do. First of all, though, you've got to be up.
Need to
All right,
get
I'll give you a
clean
second
room out.
chance. Yeah.
That's why they give you
Give
2
you a
goals.
second opportunity. Yeah, that's right. And they should give you 3.
Sometimes I've wanted 5 or 6.
And then you play some 3-bowl triples, don't you? And your feet get so sore from kicking them
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, just taking off a bit of weight here, a bit too much weight here. So righto, Martin, here it is, your job is to get in amongst those.
Good luck, Martin. 3 down. You feel like
Here we go.
the difference between staying alive in this game and not. Can't afford to drop a bundle here, and I'm not sold. Oh, I might be sold. Let's see where it finishes up. He's got the
I
weight,
think he
John.
might sit the shot. He's going to sit the shot,
He's got
isn't he?
the weight.
Oh,
Oh,
gee. Oh, 3 there.
through the gap. And the writing on the wall a little.
Hit him into my bowl and moving the jack.
So second to last end, so you'd usually you play your bowls back where your bowling bag is.
Yep.
And I think we'll see a handshake then. And here we go, John. That's what you were looking for.
Yes, this is the draw for tomorrow. Yes, 8 o'clock start for that first match between, we'll see Ramati and Hinawera. And so what? Oh, that indicates Ramati play Hinawera first up, do they? Okay, so Ramati Hinawera at 8 and Kia Toa Bridge Park at 8 o'clock. So 2 games being played at 8 o'clock, and then the draw follows on from there. So I think what you're saying here also, Alex, when we look at that draw, is that Ramati Hinawera match might be live streamed, or would you be saying that at this time of the day or not? Oh, we won't. Oh, of course. Now I get the. Yes, of course, we don't start streaming until later. So if the winner of that match might well be live streamed.
Yes, John, and you can.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
I wonder, who would you be barracking for out of those two teams?
Well, I
Is it the team
give
that
Deb White
qualifies?
enough. I give Deb White enough grief as it is, so it won't be her.
Oh, very good.
Good. That'll be a good game. I might have to get a special feed.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's been
So
some
that
great matchups coming tomorrow, and when the men's post-section draw is done, I'm sure that will also feature some great matchups as we watch this, what is likely to be the final end played out. There's 5 would need to be scored by the Arapahoe team to force a last end playoff, and you just, on how well the Mount Maunganui team have been playing, it's hard to see a 5.
just
John?
go back to that last end when Patrick had played such a perfect bowl, and then you think he was talking about it afterwards. How did that happen? Rip the ball jack away when we were holding shot toucher.
A cruel game at times. Neil on his back end. Ball jogging after this ball.
Ooh. Well, you can see what might have happened. Was a wee side of that jack would have sprung it away, but in a pretty good position here, this team from Mount Maunganui.
Falling short. You just feel like it's been just played out this end, don't you, John? Like, I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see an attempt at a big number from the Arapahoe team. I think they're just going to go, well, I'll play my 2 bowls and we'll shake hands and go and have a beverage.
And it was a game in which they took that early lead of 4-1. They were still in it when they picked up that 3 on the 9th end. They were 9-7 down. And they've had some luck go against them. They've played some really good shots which haven't quite worked. And eventually, it tells, doesn't it? And you think, right, we can't win this. We've got to play it out. Still want to score. We still want to finish on a high.
Yeah, you feel like Mount Maunganui deserves to be winning this game for sure, but it could be a bit closer than this scoreline. It feels like we should have been able to see a last end happen, John, but that's not to be the case in this particular game. Definitely Mount Maunganui played the more consistent bowls.
So the game next to them is still going on. That's Kahutia and Tawa. Tawa representing the Wellington region. Nick Thompson had just put down his worst bowl of the day. That's another indication. It's what happens. He'll be looking to now trail the jack back to give them 5. No, just sets it in for a shot.
Here we go, John. I think the last ball we're going to see.
Play the forehand, trail the jack away, get 4, end up with 3. Come on, do it.
And then tell them.
That's it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Play the forehand. In you go, mate. Lots of confidence. Yep. Good call, Neil. Finish on a high. Here we go. Martin Webb. Last bowl of this match. Has he got the weight to get up there?
That's the question.
He's going to dip under.
Oh, it's diving.
but only just. Oh, well, a good try and a good game by these two teams. Arapahoe with their 30 members up and just out of Dargaville, the Northland champions, as we saw that lovely photo of them finishing their championship final in the dark, and only the light of the camera to give them any illumination at all. They have been beaten by Bowls Mount Maunganui, Nick Thompson, Paul Anderson, and Nathan Arledge. The final score, I think, was 19-7. And we're going to have a look at some highlights. And tomorrow we'll be back. Remember, you can get the draw. It'll be out later on because there's another round of men's games to go. You've seen the women's draw. The men's draw will be out probably around about 9:30, do you think, Alex? And people can catch that on Facebook page and also on Bowls New Zealand website. So thanks for your company today, Alex. Thanks to the team again. We'll have a look at some highlights. And then we look forward to your company again tomorrow from the Hopes Dunedin Stadium and the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.